I'm amazed how easily you can move such a giant shield around like it's nothing.
Really? It's not actually as heavy as it looks.
It's really reassuring to have someone like you protecting us, though.
You know, I guess I never realized it before, but looking back, I've always been the sort to put myself in harm's way to protect those around me, even before I joined the Eldorman and Sea Guard. So in a way, using this shield to keep you all safe feels like it's what I was meant to do.
You don't need to worry about protecting me. I don't plan on relying on you.
That's okay. It doesn't matter if you do or not. I don't protect people because they ask me to. I do it because I want to, and because I think it's the right thing to do. That goes for you too, Dohalim.
Me?
Yes. You see, you and I both want the same thing. We have the same goal. That means it's in my best interest to continue to protect and keep you safe as well. Even now.
I'm not sure how much protecting I'll need either, but I appreciate the thought. I'm sure you'll do us proud, Kisara.
Right. You can all count on me.
What was Kelzelik even after in the end?
Isn't it obvious? Clearly he wanted the throne for himself, and was gonna have his goons execute Dohalim to get it.
He had to have known he couldn't hope to defeat a lord. He should have run while he had the chance, instead of holding himself up in the palace.
Maybe he thought he couldn't run? Either way, the outcome's the same.
So he got desperate and decided to go for broke?
One might argue that he was another victim of mine, in a sense.
Huh?
There is no greater calling in life to a Renan than the crown contest, yet I refused to take part. The shock he felt at that must have been truly immense. Enough to drive him to revolt, even though doing so meant defying Renan hierarchy.
I know I've said this before, but Dahnans and Renans wouldn't coexist here if it wasn't for your stance.
But that was no lofty idealism on my part, nor do I feel any pride at what occurred.
Spare us the pity party. You literally just joined us to uphold those ideals.
Shionne!
No, she is absolutely correct. I shall speak no more of my misgivings.
Do you sense one of your friends? Noodle?
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cue to step in and help.
You okay?
Yeah!
Okay.
Huh?
Here we go!
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap!
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me!
This one is Alpha! The bigger they are, the harder they fall!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stand your good side.
You're mine!
Can you take it? Take this!
Come on! Dragon Form!
Come on!
Elusive
There,
deity!
go!
It's ready and rare!
Back into the fray!
Benediction light. It's in your hands now.
I'll bring you back from death to
Take
this!
this! Tiger Blade!
Resuscitation!
My pride was my downfall.
Lightning! Hear me! Draco Heal! Here's evil! This one's mine! Going in!
This one
Here's
will
a
not
healer.
get by me!
I'll end you!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
One more!
Now I'm in the groove!
Tiger Blade!
Resuscitation!
All good things come to an
Here,
end!
let me help in me!
Where are you going?
Going in! Sleep now!
One more!
Here's a healer!
Tiger Blade!
I've let you all down. Prepare to be seared!
Sleep now. This'll come in handy. Here goes! Confiscated! Blah, 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 magic! Crossblade!
In a bind?
Here goes! Thunder field! Dance in the wind! Sleep now. Ow! I'm sorry.
No rest for the wicked.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cute.
Excuse me! Well... Really?
Good.
What the? Seriously?
All right.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Did we really just... spend that much money?
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
you sense one of your friends, Hootle? I think Hootle senses something.
Mahag Saar. That makes 4 out of the 5 realms that I've visited now.
I wonder what kind of lord we're gonna find there.
It doesn't matter. If they try to get in our way, we'll take them down and that'll be that.
Let's see what you've got.
If they rush you, you gotta
Look sharp!
Lightning fireblade! See that?
That training's paying off!
Searing flame, reload!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Watch and lightning!
It's over!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
what's this thing?
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Tornado drive!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Swallow blade! Begin!
Infernal turret! My tornado drive!
Elusive deity! I'm ready!
No complaints from me.
Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo!
Discourteous, aren't you?
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Elusive deity!
Breeze
Begin!
lancer!
Eat this!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking,
I
more
shall provide
pummeling.
assistance.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
there's something... I didn't realize there was a pond here.
Yeah, this is Taka Pond. And it happened to have saved my life once upon a time.
What do you mean?
As a kid, I survived life under the past lords by escaping here when I needed to. It's terrible to swim in, but great for catching a bite for dinner away from Renan eyes. Bear in mind, our rations back then weren't enough to live off of. You had to take matters into your own hands if you wanted enough food to survive.
But how did you catch them? With your bare hands?
That might take a while. Fish are prone to swim away at the first sign of trouble. I'd put bait or a lure on a line and use it with a fishing rod. You must not be familiar with fishing if this sounds new to you. Here, let me show you how it's done.
You're still not done fishing yet? Boring.
You need patience to fish. Looks like I lost it. Ha! All right. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
Nice! You caught it!
There we go. Well, it's not bad, per se.
You take your fishing pretty seriously.
Could it be? This fish is way bigger than I was expecting.
Are we going to be able to finish all that?
Yeah! There we go. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
Not too shabby, friend.
And that's all there is to it.
Wow. It seems like you need to have good reflexes to catch anything. I don't know if it's really for me. Kisara? I think I've seen enough.
Oh, sorry. I guess I'm just in my own little world when I go fishing.
Looks like we're going to be here for a while.
That's how fishing goes. You wait for a bite, and then the real battle begins. Miguel told me that different fish live in different regions, and you have to pick the right rod and lure for what you're hoping to catch.
But that doesn't change the fact it's a giant time sink.
Of course, each fish has its own unique flavor, too. And some of them are supposed to be extremely delicious.
When you put it like that, maybe it's worth me trying my hand at fishing after all.
You're just in it for the food.
I was hoping we'd get to fish during our travels. And it just so happens I made sure to grab my brother's old rod before I left Vicente. So, if you ever feel like fishing when we've got a little downtime, just let me know.
Good to hear. Thanks for showing us.
Okay!
I'm always amazed what healing arts can do.
Just doing my job. No need to thank me.
Judging by the stench... Hey. Is it just me, or have those two barely spoken a single word to one another?
I know, right? But after everything that happened with Miguel, is it really any wonder?
Kinda puts a damper on the whole journey though, huh? How long do you think they're gonna keep this up?
If it bothers you that much, why don't you ask them?
Why do I have to ask?
How come you walk together like that?
She really doesn't beat around the bush.
You mean Kisara and myself?
You hadn't noticed? You've been practically joined at the hip ever since we left Vicente.
I guess it's force of habit, most likely. I was always ready to protect him, should the need arise. It sort of came with the job description.
Right. From being in the Elder Menancia Guard. Although, Dohalim's pretty capable of defending himself, isn't he?
Having guards doesn't necessarily mean the one being guarded is weak. No one's perfect all the time.
Even so, it's not like they're entirely wrong, Kisara. You're no longer in my employ, after all.
I don't know. I mean, if it's what she's used to and you're both comfortable with it, then who are we to judge?
But she doesn't serve him anymore. It isn't normal for her to keep following him around like she still does.
You know, she's probably right. And a lot has changed over the last few days. I guess it wouldn't hurt to rethink our relationship in light of the new circumstances. Perhaps I'll give it some thought after all. Does that sound all right by you?
Of course.
You might want to stop asking his permission for every little thing while you're at it.
Sorry. It's not that easy, shaking off old habits. I'll probably need a little time to get fully used to it. I've noticed that sometimes we come across enemies who fight like you, and try to dodge our attacks at the last second.
I hate those guys. I can get some hits in when they move into attack, but otherwise they slip past damn near everything else I throw at them.
If what you're seeking is a way to more reliably hit them, there is a solution.
Try to outclass them on reflexes?
I possess the ability to command Earth elemental beings to some extent. They emerge as the land itself and take root on my command. They will swiftly bind the enemies, at which point you can dispatch them.
Huh?
What he means is that he can make plants grow to hold the enemies in place. At least I think that's probably what he's saying.
I'm glad at least one of us understands him. So basically, if we find an enemy that likes to dodge, we should let Dohalim handle it.
I shall do what I can within my modest means to help.
Why are you looking at me like that?
That armor you wear is standard issue for the Menancian Guard, right?
Originally, I've added some flair to it in a lot of places.
I noticed, especially with that open back.
We guardsmen pride ourselves on never showing our back to our enemies. It's my way of making myself live up to that. Plus, it makes it that much lighter and easier to maintain.
Dohalim, do you have anything to say about this?
Every guardsman is allowed to wear their armor as they see fit.
And you, Law?
Huh? Why are you asking me?
Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while? You worried about what's going on with Menancia?
What makes you think that?
Well, you were speaking to Kisara earlier, weren't you?
It's rude to listen in on others, you know.
Sorry. I didn't hear what you two were actually talking about, though. I just figured it was Menancia since it was the two of you.
I am but a former lord who has abandoned his post. I'm no longer in a position to lead the realm in any capacity whatsoever. Yet Kisara still seeks out my opinions, knowing full well that is the case. This despite the fact I am no longer her master either.
Couldn't it be precisely because you're not her master anymore? It's natural for friends to want to hear each other's opinions.
I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's funny what you miss sometimes.
Hardly uncommon among artistic types such as myself. When lordships are decided based solely on one's astral energy, it can lead to funny results.
But even so, you still took your job as lord seriously, didn't you?
Certainly. I learned to perform my functions. However, I was less interested in ruling, so much as avoiding life and death decisions. Of course, such a mentality in the end led only to sickening pain and death taking place elsewhere out of sight. I pretended not to see or hear any of it, content to let our supposed peace and equality keep me blind and deaf to reality. I was a fool.
But you're making amends.
I would like to think so. The path ahead is dark, yet I still walk on. I merely pray that I shan't fall down any holes along the way. We'd best get ready for tomorrow. Shall we get moving? Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I just noticed none of you other Dahnans have spirit cores. Why is that?
Both of my parents were part of the resistance in Calaglia. In fact, my birth was kept a secret from the Renans.
Mine too. We always lived in hiding, so I never had a spirit core embedded in me like I was supposed to.
What about you, Alphen? You were a slave in Calaglia before all this, weren't you?
To be completely honest, I'm not sure why I don't have one. All the other Dahnan slaves around me did. I was the only exception. They tended to keep their distance from me to avoid attracting any attention from the soldiers, because of my mask and all. What about you, Kisara? Do you still have your spirit core?
No. I was able to find a good Renan doctor who's sympathetic to our kind, and had them remove it before I left. They did such a great job, the procedure didn't even leave a scar.
One of the benefits of coexistence, huh?
I know that once the spirit vessel was shut down, there wasn't much need for me to hurry. But still, I didn't like having that mark of servitude lingering on me any longer than I had to. It may sound a little strange to hear me say this, but I'm just me now. Not a guardsman or a slave. I'm my own woman, and this is my chance to have a new beginning.
This sure is one rugged road. You'd think they'd keep this at least a little better maintained, right?
Why spend energy fixing that which is rarely used? Repairs require time and effort, which in our world means slaves, often in great numbers. For you, it may be a simple request, but that can quickly become another's difficult burden. Nobody gains anything without someone expending effort.
And you know, somehow that someone always ends up being a Dahnan, while the Renans are the ones who gain.
True enough. Ideally, in a perfect world, I think it's only fair that the ones who need it should be the ones to perform the work.
However, when doing so could be dangerous like it is here, there are many who would prefer that it be others who risk their lives in their stead.
So, what you're saying is that people will just put up with the inconvenience until someone else comes along to fix it for them?
Indeed. And it is those who can no longer bear that feeling that inevitably take action. Much like the Dahnans in our group do so now. As strange as it may be to hear such a thing from the likes of myself.
It's true that most of the Dahnans in Calaglia have been resigned to just accepting things as they are. Still, we can't just blame them for...
What are you making that face for? You're not worn out already, are you?
Nah, just regretting I ever said anything in the first place. Long enough to regret this.
This one's mine!
Here I come!
I'm free! Get me to sit still!
Shionne, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
It's over! Here I come! Blow away!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Take it! You're finished! Take this! You're finished! I'm on! You're mine! I'll run you through! Here I
Glacial
come!
spear!
You're on!
Here's evil!
I'm ready! Shionne!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Bad feeling about this.
Elusive deity! Tornado drive!
Radiant! I'm also gonna airborne target!
Resonate with the earth!
Reload!
Stalagmite!
Got fire!
I've got this! And a marksman handle!
Here I come! All yours!
I'm not! Elusive deity! Begin!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
All right.
There's nowhere to run from my heart! If he slows down, that's our chance!
In a bind?
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
Does it hurt? Now or never. Control devastation! No further!
I'll face you! Eat this! Not so fast! Prepare to be sealed! Another incantation ruined!
I'm on! Sword Blade Alpha!
Take this! Do you require Prepare to be sealed, oh prison. Actually, found is more appropriate.
Less talking and more doing.
Tornado Drive! Destruction!
Begin! Your mock! Elusive deity!
Reload!
In a bind! Elusive deity! Tornado Drive! Begin! Take this! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Glacier Spear! No arms being interrupted! Begin!
Now I'm real mad!
Not so fast! In a bind! Does it hurt? Now I'm in the groove! Does it hurt? Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Demon Fang!
Prepare to be sealed!
I'm on it!
We're thinning them out.
More like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed.
Resonate
Very
with the earth!
slightly.
Stalagmite!
Here go! Lightning! Downfall!
Elusive deity!
Finish it!
Radiant here! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Got some interesting moves there, Dohalim. I'm glad you're on our side.
I'm simply glad to hear that I can make myself useful to you all. Huh?
What's wrong?
We seem to have come across some rather unusual objects.
What, you mean that pile of garbage?
No mere garbage, I assure you. Still, I've never seen anything shaped like it before. I'm intrigued.
Are you curious about this stuff, Rinwell?
Yeah. I think he might have found some old Dahnan relics. They look like the remains of a bunch of objects that disappeared after the Renans first invaded.
And yet here I am, holding them without so much as a second thought. I imagine the sight must be unsettling to you.
Not really, just that it must be nice to be a Renan who has time to indulge in stuff like that, unlike the rest of us.
Are you interested in this stuff too, Dohalim?
Charmed may be a better turn of phrase. I simply love objects that can give me a sense of what their maker was thinking, the history that went into their creation. You see, we Renans have hardly any such objects that trace back to our distant past.
I still don't understand what you two find so intriguing about it, though.
Why not? We're talking about our own culture here.
I get that, but it's not like this stuff is any use now, does it? It's just old. Real old.
Oh, but it does. Holding it in your hands like this, one can feel and engage with the distant past in a way no history book can ever accomplish.
I'll take your word for it. Well, seeing as it's Dahnan history, just make sure you're careful with it. All right, Dohalim?
But of course.
I sense a strange power from this.
Yes, I'm getting stronger!
Care to put that claim to the test?
I'd love to, but I got this thing.
Visibility along this path will remain limited for some time. Take care not to get ambushed.
I'm surprised you know the terrain here so well. Lords don't strike me as having much time for wandering in the woods.
Sometimes I would take strolls along here when I wished to be alone.
You always did have a bad habit of disappearing without telling any of us guardsmen.
Looks like trouble with it. Capital T!
Together, we've got this! No further!
It's a duel of the arts!
Blow away!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly! Leave the enemy's arts to me! Let me help!
No complaints here!
Rage.
Okay, here I go! Begin! Not today!
Elusive deity!
Now it's get!
Run you through!
Severing blade! Miranda! Swallow blade! Stay away from my friend! I owe you one! Swallow blade! Try this! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
This one's mine!
Here I come! Raining slash!
No more playing nice!
Severing
Here's a
blade!
healing art!
It's too much!
Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off!
Take
It's over, Howard!
in a bind!
Back into the fray!
You're mine!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Radiant Killer!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I've still got a ways to go!
This one will be difficult to predict.
First aid!
Elusive deity!
Radiant Heal!
I couldn't make it in time.
I'm on it! I'll run you
Let's
through!
give it a whirl!
Resuscitation! Hellish Storm!
I shall ensure you...
You're mine!
Elusive deity! Begin! I'm on it!
You're finished!
Gravitas Field!
Here I come!
I'm on it! It's over!
Let the marksman handle this!
Elusive deity!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
No!
Freeze laser!
You're on!
Made with the earth!
The last time! Do it!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara! These bad guys really don't mess around.
It's so hilly around here. I can feel my feet getting blisters.
That's mountain hiking for you. It can be pretty tough if you're not used to these sorts of trails.
I take it you're comfortable with them then?
Oh yeah. We used to run up and down these slopes all the time for our training exercises.
Damn. You weren't messing around.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me!
Only getting started!
You're done! Away! Elusive deity!
Infernal turret!
Benediction light.
Blow away!
I'm on it!
Severing wind! You're finished!
Started. If you're in the sky, it's mine.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
The enemy wields arms too.
We'll soon see about that. This one's mine.
I'm like bait to death.
Glacial steel.
You're on! It's over! Here I come! You're finished!
Do it!
Resonate with the Shionne!
This one's got your name on it.
To action!
A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
I've used too much.
Yeah, appreciate the concern.
The sooner you stop thanking, the sooner you can start helping.
I mean, yes, sir.
Flew away!
Can
you take it? Swallow blade! Use the deity! Infernal turret! You're mine!
Do it!
You're finished!
This one's got your name on it.
To action! Take this! Elusive deity!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Yourselves. This one's tough!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Resonate with the earth!
Where are you going?
Stalagmite! I'm not done! Raining slash!
Here I go. You're mine.
You're mine! I'm ready!
Finally! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Raining slash! Resonate with the earth! Take this! Stalagmite!
I'm out of ammo!
Raining slash! You're mine! Swallow blade! Try this!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
When did I get so popular?
You're mine! Pierce through! You'll pay for that!
Sometimes a retreat is the best strategy.
Oh, this looks nice and tough.
Bad feeling about this.
Now it's my turn! Leave the agile ones to me.
Flying freaks! What? They just sit still! You finally made it.
Whew! I think Hoodle senses something. Made it through another day.
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renan cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me, but my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
Good night, everyone. I think we've rested long enough. Let's keep moving.
More Dahnan ruins here too, I see.
What were people even thinking back then? Trying to build anything around here.
Maybe they just had that much time and energy on their hands.
This one will be difficult to predict.
I'm like bait.
It's a duel of
Got fire!
I've got this. Let him rock.
All yours! First strike!
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Thank you! Try this! Infernal torrent! I'm not done! I'm on it! That's enough! Zephyr and win! You're mine! You're dead!
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil.
Eat this! I'll face you! Not so fast! Take this! It's over!
Here I go.
I'm
only getting
started! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Nice one, Alphen.
Yeah, there's more where that came from.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual.
What's this thing?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Can you take it?
Where are you going?
Take it!
Talon Hurricane!
You're finished!
Airborne Beast, my special.
Murderongo! Elusive deity!
Why did they just sit still?
Shionne, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Stalagmite! No escape! First strike!
Searing flame! Hear me! Flame of
Blade!
fury! Laser spear! Pierce evil!
I'm knocked up! Damn it!
This one's mine!
Eat this! Flash!
Eat this! Where are you going?
Eat this! Stalagmite!
Downfall!
Blow away!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
the earth!
Blizzard! Let me help!
the earth! Stalagmite! Resonate with the earth! Murderongo! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Now! Here I come!
Pierce!
Rising Falcon! Ready! Can you take it? Elusive
Tornado!
Divine Wind!
I'm almost done!
Blue escape!
Pile driver!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! By the power
I'm not
of
done!
water!
Blow away! Take it! Turning slash! Elusive deity!
Do it!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
I sure have built up a sweat with this hike.
Rest assured, we have reached the top. It's all downhill from here, quite literally.
So Mahag Saar's just up ahead then?
Indeed. If you look, across this mountain is the Lord's Keep.
There!
What's this place here? Some kind of old house?
I don't know about that. If I had to guess, it probably served as some kind of shrine.
So still a house, in a sense. Just for a god.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Infernal turret!
Hitting
Blow away!
Radiant Pierce!
Wind!
Mega Ray!
The airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
The enemy wields arc too.
You'll soon see about that! Primed and ready!
Here I come! You're finished!
Gravitas Field!
Raining Slash!
Do it!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
I need to be stronger. Don't get careless!
Don't tell me!
Annihilation!
Hey, when did I
Pick the wrong fight!
Getting take this!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Take it! Raining Slash!
Leave the enemy's arc to me!
No complaints here!
I'll work you through! Infernal turret!
Benediction light.
Glacial
You're
spear!
mine! Raining Slash!
Freeze We're thinning them out.
Please, more like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed. Very slightly.
Come on!
Reload!
How's this? Take this! First strike!
Only getting started.
Take this! Begin! Delivering wind! Not so fast! Mirage!
Elusive deity. I'll run you through.
Photo turret!
Tornado drive! Hammer the flame of fury!
I thought you were going to wreck the place.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
These little ones are...
Less talking, more pummeling. Looks like we won.
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Together, we've got this!
Go away!
Freeze Lancer!
Blew away!
It's like trying to get up to the wall!
Can't get out of this!
Downfall!
Prepare to be sealed. Actually, bound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Heal! Win! I'm on it! No longer being interrupted.
Can
you take it? And now I'm in the elusive deity. Behold, the Earth's hope. Tectonic vision. Resonate with the Earth. Saliva.
Win!
Radiant light!
Reload! You're mine!
I'm ready.
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
So I still had room to grow.
Out of our way!
Take it! Swallow blade!
Radiant tear!
Radiant slash! Win!
Glacial Zephyr! Pierce evil!
Picture of
Freeze Lancer!
You've been smelling to me. Yeah, and bubbling to me.
Shall not be Inferno turret!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Radiant slash! Lunar Rondo! Mirage! I'm on! You're mine! Try harder!
Now I'm in the groove.
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Freeze Lancer!
Inferno turret!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Hitting double blast!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Elusive deity!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
This calls for a celebratory drink.
This'll make us even more formidable.
one's tough!
This one's mine!
I'm on! Here I come! I'll thank you! Ready, flash!
I'm also good with airborne targets.
Here I come!
Come and get it!
Begin! You're finished!
Mega ray!
Take this! Hitting pile! First strike! Eat this! That's enough! Tornado drive! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here, let me help.
You're mine! First strike! Rising Falcon! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
The heavens must be smiling.
Let's dispose of
The trash.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. Can you take it?
Over! Take it!
Can you take it? Benediction light.
Mega ray! Searing flame! Reload!
No hearts being interrupted.
Annihilation! I'm all stuffed up!
A new melody.
Confiscated! Here, let me help!
And more than well for now. Stalagmite.
Ready, flash!
Talon hurricane!
You're finished!
I'll face you.
Severing! Here I come!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Try harder! It's on! Rondo! Strike! Burn it out!
This one's
Here I come!
power of water!
You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training.
That's what I like to hear. These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
This one's mine! This one's mine! Tiger blade! Here comes!
Resonate with the earth.
Spear! Here's evil! Going in! Do it! Chitara frozen!
Hammer!
Nicely done! This one's mine!
All thanks to you.
Deity! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! This one's mine! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Glacial spear! Here's evil! Light astral energy! Raging cascade! Make your way! Alphen! Astral energy!
Say no more!
My concentration is dwindling. Perhaps I'm tired. Through these lands most verdant green, my eyes alight for sights unseen. In Menancia, pure and pristine.
What is it you see exactly?
That's not for me to say.
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Together! We've got this!
They got me flanked!
Guess I misread the landing. Still thinking about how to act around Dohalim?
That obvious, huh? Except I don't think I'll be changing much after all. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to stay his servant. However, I am going to treat him like a fellow comrade, the same way I would with you or anyone else. For as long as I can remember, I've spent my life protecting others. But isn't that what friends do too? Support and protect one another in times of need?
Which in the end pretty much means doing as you've always done, right? If that's what you're most comfortable with, I'm certainly not going to give you any grief over it.
Actually, I've been thinking about how I ought to act around you all as well.
Oh?
When I set out on this journey, it was to rid Eldaman and Sia of its enemies, and search for wisdom in the outside world. Wisdom that I could potentially put to use on my return. I'm grateful to you all for letting me tag along. But it got me thinking, what am I actually contributing by being here?
What are you talking about? You know how to hold a weapon, don't you? That's help enough.
Is it though? Sometimes I wish there was more I could be doing to pull my...
Oops, sorry about that. Jeez, I'm famished.
Now that you mention it, what do you guys normally do for food and meals when you're out and about on your travels?
What do you mean, what do we do? We find stuff to eat and eat it. So long as it's meat, I'm not fussy.
Eating what you like can be good for morale in the short term, but you need to think about your diet if you want to stay healthy.
Does that mean eating vegetables too?
Isn't that obvious?
It does, which I guess hasn't been happening up till now.
Yeah, to be honest, we could be eating better than we do.
Understood. In that case, I'll just have to make sure you're all staying healthy and eating right myself. Fortunately, I happen to know a thing or two about cooking as well.
You hear that, Law? Sounds like you'll be eating your greens after all.
What is it?
No, sorry, it's just... I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on all this.
It will do her good to have a project.
No, not Kisara. I meant you. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Me? Certainly you're not looking to me for culinary skill, I hope.
Typical Renan, leaving everything to someone else.
Rinwell, I don't think...
That said, should you need my skills on the battlefield, please rest assured I have no intention of shirking my responsibilities, regardless of who we may face.
I'm sure no one doubts that. Listen, guys, if we're traveling together, we should probably at least try to make an effort to get to know one another, don't you think?
I wouldn't get your expectations too high in that regard. Believe it or not, sometimes I'm not sure I even know myself all that well.
Something wrong? You look like you're deep in thought.
Not exactly. I was merely thinking about you two and your sense of etiquette.
Oh?
Etiquette?
Indeed. To be quite frank, I find your lack of manners to be nigh intolerable.
That's not being frank, that's being and forget it. Do we really need to talk about this now?
Yes. I find such impropriety on your parts to be deeply unsettling. It concerns me greatly.
What do you want us to do? We were slaves. We never got to learn how to be proper like you.
Yeah, what he said. Maybe you missed how we were just focused on surviving.
Perhaps, but Kisara here demonstrates that it's quite possible for a Dahnan to learn proper manners.
That's because I was given the opportunity to learn. Moreover, my duties as a guardsman required it. Not every realm is like Menancia, as you well know.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to hold us to some other city standards.
Exactly. You've got to remember what it's been like for us living under the Rena elsewhere.
I will concede that you do indeed make a valid point. It would appear, for all my espousing the virtues of equality between our peoples, I was still looking down on the two of you.
You don't need to beat yourself up. I wasn't that offended by what you said, man.
Nevertheless, I shall mind my words from here on out. Having said that, I do believe you two would still benefit from learning the basics of proper society. I would be more than happy to teach you both when we camp out, if you like.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. Acting all prim and proper isn't really my style.
If you say so. How about you, Law? Would you like to learn? Although I suppose my first task is to reform your attitude toward the idea of good etiquette.
You're not gonna let this go, are you?
Hey, let's stop for a minute.
What's up? You already tired?
My armor's pretty heavy. I think I need a little rest.
I second that. All of this walking is starting to take its toll on me as well.
What? You don't look it.
We can't spare the time. There's places we need to be. Mahag Saar's capital, Niez, is our destination right now.
But if one of us collapses, it will only serve to slow us down. And in your case, Alphen is the only one who could carry you. Best to rest while you have the opportunity.
Enough already! I need a break, so we're taking one.
I don't need you fretting over me.
Fretting? Hey, it's not like I'm...
Been looking for you.
For me, why?
He's tough.
Who are you? Said you were looking for me. Why?
Beautiful, precious life.
What the...
That is all I desire.
Then why are we fighting? Who even are you? I'm not demon pay! I'm on!
Here
Eat
goes!
dirt!
Focus your
What
attack!
is it?
It won't escape me!
Mega Ray!
Thrilling performance.
Hear me! Fury!
Who the hell are you? Bastard!
This guy's not normal!
His speed is unbelievable.
You mean he even surpasses a lord? Radiant's here!
You're finished!
I'm out!
You pay for that!
I'll bring you back from death to bed!
Severing wind!
Wait till this one's mine!
Here I come!
Watch and the
Being interrupted.
Let me help! First aid!
Hesitation. No further.
What do we do?
Oh man, what do we do?
You can start by falling back and getting it together.
Damn it, come on, not again!
Mega Ray!
Shattering the pieces!
Let's check this one's up. Going in.
Die.
Going in.
Enjoy.
This
No.
Entertain
Me
me.
all alone.
Finished?
Then why are we...
fighting? Who even are you? You're mine!
Glacial Spear!
Grind you into dust! Not now, not ever!
Heal! It's over!
Who the hell are you? Bastard!
This guy's not normal.
His speed is unbelievable.
You mean he even surpasses a lord?
Take it!
First
Here
aid!
you go!
Feel like me again.
That's freaking good! Into the shadows!
Benediction light.
Mega
I
Ray!
can carve through armor! Here I come! Fall.
Annihilate! Mega Ray!
Here,
let me help.
First
Aid!
Spot.
Big blast! Resonate with the earth!
Revolve!
First strike!
Here, let me help you!
Your helping me has become a pattern.
It's for the good of all of us.
Is it now?
You're mine!
Here's a healing
You're
heart!
away!
First
Take
aid!
this! Severing wind!
In a bind?
Talon hurricane! Nothing but you'll pay for that! You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll break you back from death to this.
Take this!
Resuscitation!
Enjoy.
Here's a healing arc!
Did you just hear me?
Yes. I need you, remember?
Burning! Freaking Cyslodia shield! Here we go! I'm over!
Fall.
Flaming meteor! Annihilation!
Instantaneous!
Light up the dark! Here, let me help! Here's a healing arc!
Here.
Here,
Stalagmite!
turn your way!
Resonate with the earth!
Look shot! Look shot! I'm on the flaming meteor!
Is that all that you've got? Very well. Then die. A wretch like you? Till next time.
Shionne, wake up, please!
Alphen?
Shionne!
Thanks, but you're kinda crushing me.
Sorry.
It's okay. And so am I. It's not as bad as it looks.
Not bad. That's... Shionne, we thought you were...
I'm fine. Really.
What the hell were you thinking?
Well, you were trying to protect me too, you know.
Yeah, but I have the sword. It's different.
It's not different. Besides,
Hmm?
Never mind. It's nothing. Anyway, thank you.
But I didn't... Look, I'm just glad that you're...
Alphen?
Sorry.
That guy said he'd be back. I think maybe we should get moving before he returns, right?
Rinwell has a good point. We need to go. Shionne, are you sure you're okay?
Shionne, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I already applied some healing arts to it. It didn't even leave a scar.
But his sword went nearly straight through you.
I'm all right. Unless I've turned into some kind of ghost and I'm haunting you all right now.
No, I know you're not. It's just...
Look, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm fine, really.
There was also that strange light that appeared when Shionne was stabbed. It seemed to make the enemy retreat when he saw it. Alphen, do you have any idea what it might have been?
A light? I don't know. I was kind of preoccupied with other things at the time.
Now that I think of it, between that light and the blazing sword, just what sort of person are you, Alphen? Can you use Dahnan astral arts like Rinwell, perhaps?
He wouldn't know, Dohalim. He doesn't have any memories from his past, remember? Besides, we should really be getting out of here.
I suppose you're right. Forgive me. We've almost reached Nias, the capital of Mahag Saar. With any luck, we'll find a place there for Shionne to rest. Hey.
How are you holding up after that last fight? You're not too hurt, are you?
I'm fine, really. See for yourself.
If things get too tough out there, go ahead and fall back. I can take a beating if I need to.
I'm not here just to stand around and have everyone protect me.
I get that, but there's nothing wrong with admitting you have weaknesses too.
Do I look like I'm just trying to put on a brave face to you?
I can't feel pain, but you still can, can't you?
Look, I appreciate you're trying to look out for me, but even you go down in fights from time to time. Please, stop trying to babysit me. It's getting old.
It's not that. I just...
Are we in the right place? This place looks like a mess.
Yes, this is Niez, the capital of Mahag Saar.
I don't see any signs of people. And the buildings.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the kind of place people would actually live.
No soldiers, no Dahnans, not a soul to be seen. Yet look at these facades. This is clearly a Renan district.
Hey, check out that drawing on the castle gate. That's the Darkwing's crest. It's from an old Dahnan legend about a hero who defeated an evil king with a torch and their trusty owl. That's his crest. I'm sure of it.
Really? First time I'm hearing it. So if someone drew it on the gate...
It must mean the Renans have lost control of the city.
Are you suggesting the Dahnans rose up and defeated the Lord here? Hard to believe, but not entirely unthinkable, given the evidence.
Let's look around and see if we can find someone. They might be able to tell us what happened. This is horrible.
Is there truly no one here?
All of these ruins look like they were made pretty recently.
But if that's the case, then where do you think the people that used to live here went off to? There must have been Dahnans and Renans, right?
That's a good question. Even if the Dahnans rebelled and managed to overthrow the Renans here, there should still be some people around.
This debris. Do you think it could be the work of Renan astral arts?
Perhaps, but the appearance of these ruins is rather uniform, which leads me to believe otherwise.
Hey, Rinwell. That story you told us about the Dark Wings. It said that the evil king was vanquished with a holy flame, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then there might be some truth to that old story after all. It looks like all the rubble here had been scarred by flames.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. If we can find someone around here, we might be able to get them to tell us what happened. Dohalim, you forgot to take care of the fire yesterday.
What do you mean, take care of? Ah, yes. You meant to put it out?
Yep. If it stays lit, we could end up in real trouble real fast.
I see. I apologize for not realizing that. I shall be more careful in the future.
The way he's talking, it's like the thought of putting it out himself never even occurred to him.
Moving on, Dohalim, I should mention that the clasp for your cape is about to come undone.
Oh yes, I tried to fix that myself, but it simply refused to cooperate with me.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Are you telling me Renans can't even dress themselves?
Lords like Dohalim have attendants that take care of just about everything they need, so I'm not surprised he sometimes struggles with the basics.
Even by those standards, you've got to admit this is still a little extreme.
Shionne has got a point. I mean, you don't see Renans like her needing so much help to get stuff done.
In my case, circumstances forced me to learn how to be independent. Even so, I still think Dohalim could afford to pick up a few more self-sufficient skills.
Well, specifically speaking, what would you suggest that I learn?
For starters, I think it'd be good for you to learn how to dress. And put on shoes. How to comb your hair is equally important. And learning to manage your possessions better. And then from there...
She sounds like his mom rattling all that off.
Oh, and another thing. About your owl, Rinwell.
What is it?
When he starts to molt, would you be willing to give me his old feathers? I think I could find a use for them.
What do you intend to do with those?
Well, recently, I haven't been sleeping well. However, I hear pillows made from owl feathers are very comfortable and wish to make one.
This is why I hate you, Renans!
Did I say something offensive?
Next time, put your own needs aside for a second and think about how someone might react first. Then consider if it's worth asking at all.
those out in the valley? Windmills? They're huge.
They're most likely used to harvest wind astral energy, so they have to be big.
All of you, stop right there! Don't move!
They have us surrounded.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
You first! Show yourself!
I'm the one asking the questions here. Don't try anything funny. One wrong move, and I guarantee we'll blow you away.
What are you...
My name is Alphen. I came here from Calaglia.
Alphen? The wielder of the blazing sword?
Getting pretty famous, isn't he?
Here is my proof. Will that suffice? Or do I have to burn down one of those houses to make my point?
No need. I believe you. I'm Bayfon, of the Darkwings. Sorry for threatening to blow you away. We're still hunting down the remnants of the enemy forces, so everyone's more than a bit on edge right now. Please forgive me.
Remaining? Wait, you mean you already took down the Lord of this realm?
That's right. We took her weapons and turned them right back on her.
Are you the Dahnan leader here in Niez?
Nah, I'm just one of the commanders. Deadheim's the one who runs the show. I'd be happy to take you to him. Just one problem. The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true. You do understand, right? I mean, we only just liberated the city from their kind. Everyone's short on trust. And for good reason. Especially Deadheim. I think it'd be best if those two waited outside.
Not going to happen.
I don't think it's a good idea for us to split up. It's too dangerous.
Then it's on your head, friend. Our base is that way.
You could have left me behind, you know.
This isn't just about you, Dohalim.
Ah, yes.
I guess even after you beat the Renans, your work's only really just begun, huh?
Yeah. This place seems like it's got a lot of issues to fix. Not this way, I guess.
So you're Alphen, are ya? Thought you'd be bigger. Huh. Guess the armor beefs you up a bit. You've got a lot of people talking, you know. But in this town, I call the shots. You play by my rules here. Just remember that. Gotta say, I didn't expect you to run with a gang of women and kids. Those other lords must have been real pushovers, huh?
Seriously? Are you this rude to everyone you meet?
Don't interrupt me, you brat. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
What, you?
So you're the one who took down the Lord of this realm, huh? How'd you pull that off?
Ha! We just swiped the Renan's explosives. And then we blasted them all to hell and back.
Explosives? That's a pretty bold approach. But how'd you manage to avoid hurting your own people?
I didn't, that's how. But the chance to take out a lord was worth the sacrifice.
And the Lord? What did this sacrifice earn you?
Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to finish her off. But now we've really got the girl on the run.
She ran? A lord?
Yeah, the lady was just a coward. She had a whole lot more bark than bite, that's for sure. She's probably hiding off in a hole somewhere. But not for long. We'll find her and drag her right back into town. Then she'll get what's coming to her.
I wouldn't be so sure. She may run, but she'll never go quietly.
Shut up, Bright Eyes! I would have run you through already if you weren't with the blazing sword here.
The whole reason you're fighting is to free the Dahnans in this realm, is it not? If
Shut
so,
your
then—
mouth, witch! That's enough! If you're really fighting for us Dahnans, why keep these bastards around? Why haven't you killed them already?
I'm not going to kill these bastards.
Oh. Is that the case, huh? Then tell me the point of this show.
They're my friends.
Friends? Renans are Renans. The scum-sucking bastards who've been draining our souls for 300 years now! But you know that. Maybe it's 'cause you and that little lady are friends and more.
Son of a... You'll pay for that!
That's enough! Deadeye, you know that was completely uncalled for.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! And don't ever come back! This is Dahnan's realm and it's ours, understand? I call the shots here. And I make the rules. I do, Deadeye, leader of the Dark Way!
Yeah! Deadeye! Liberator Deadeye! You are the true leader of this realm! We're not afraid of any Bright Eyes!
It's only a matter of time before I throw every last Bright Eye out of this realm!
The Dark Wings! The Dark Wings rule!
Hey, wait up! Told you so, didn't I? You should have left your Renan pals outside.
You don't agree with him, do you? I could tell by the look on your face in there.
That's how things are with him. He loses his temper, then I step in and calm things down.
Better you than me.
If that's all, I think it's past time we were going.
Look, I just wanted to apologize for what Deadeye said in there.
At least somebody's got some manners around here.
He didn't used to be like that. But, well, that's what losing most of your loved ones will do to a man. He may never forgive the Renans.
It's a little ironic how indistinguishable his manner is to that of a lord.
Hey, Bayfon? Deadeye mentioned the Lord is still on the run. Any ideas where she might be?
We looked all over, but found no traces of her. We heard some rumblings about activity in Estaluva Forest, but that's it.
Estaluva, huh?
Wait, you're not going after her, are you? Certainly won't win you any favors with Deadeye.
This isn't Deadeye's war, and we're certainly not fighting it for him. Besides, it's like Shionne said, her type isn't going to go quietly.
Hey, it's your funeral. Don't say I didn't warn you.
We'll be sure to keep you out of it. Before we set out, though, is there anywhere around here we can rest?
Sure. Building at the end of the road, opposite side. It's all yours. We use it as temporary lodging, to house people who don't have a new place to live quite yet.
We're not going to run into any trouble there, are we?
Rumors of a certain fiery sword have spread fast. I doubt anyone will be eager to give you guys problems. And here's where I say my farewell. You're on your own, but good hunting.
Before you go, how come you don't hate the Renans as well?
Oh, believe me, I've got my bone to pick with the Renans. Just not with two of them I've never so much as laid eyes on before.
Let's head on over to that lodge. We'll figure out what our next move is there.
I get the feeling Deadeye's signed up to be a rebel, so he could have a roost to rule. Heck, he's no better than a lord. In some ways, he's even worse.
I know. How could he use explosives on his own people?
And yet, despite the toll of his actions, none of the Dahnans we've seen seem to question his assumed authority in the least. If anything, they may well consider him a hero, which would say a great deal toward how deeply they resented the Renans here.
Still, I don't think this is as simple as saying the good guys won out over the bad ones.
Yeah, I don't either. Deadeye might have managed to drive the Renans out of Niaz, but that doesn't make the way he did it okay. No matter which way you look at it.
A victory that's earned by throwing away the lives of his own people? No, that isn't a victory at all. I can understand that the Dahnans here are standing up against their oppression, but that doesn't mean they have to humiliate all Renans just to settle the score.
I'm perfectly able to stand up for myself, Alphen. Besides, I'm used to it by...
But you shouldn't have to be, Shionne. It's just... What I mean to say is, when you've been a slave for so long, it's easy to accept that's how it should be because it's all you've ever known. Constantly being belittled is no different. I don't think that's fair. For me or for you.
I just don't know, man.
Don't know what?
Deadeye managed to drive out a real live Renan lord. That's incredible. And he seems to have a lot of supporters surrounding him too. But he's got an attitude worse than any angry Zoogle. Plus, Niaz is in utter ruins. I don't have a clue what his game is.
The Renans are powerful. And because of that, it takes a strong leader to have any hope of toppling them. However, when you take down one dictator only to replace them with another, ultimately it's just business as usual.
If it'd been Zephyr instead of Deadeye, I don't think things would have turned out like this.
Rinwell.
Yeah, I think so too. Zephyr did things differently top to bottom. He's not the kind of person who would have forced his own views or decisions on other people. When you do that, you're ruling over others, not leading them.
To be honest, I don't know what I would have wanted my dad to do if he was in that position.
Law.
The whole thing feels weird in a way. It's a weird kind of feeling, but at the same time, part of me also feels happy. Deadeye and my dad are two very different men. For now, I'm content knowing that.
The city is liberated, and yet the air still hums with fear and anxiety. It reminds me all too well of how Vicente once was.
Hums? You mean like music?
Yeah, none of this sounds like music to my ears. In fact, I've never seen any Dahnans with musical instruments in my life.
You don't need instruments to play music. It can emerge naturally from the sounds of people going about their day and the hustle and bustle of life.
You seem to care a lot about music, Dohalim. I didn't know that about you.
Have I not mentioned it? Before I was a candidate for the lordship, I had my heart set on the life of a musician.
You? A musician?
Indeed, music enriches the world around us. I trained day and night to hone my art. Words could not describe my bliss, as my notes carried with them the sights and sounds of nature, the ebb and flow of time, and the thoughts of people on the wind.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. My loquaciousness can get the best of me at times.
Don't apologize. It's interesting hearing what Renan culture is like.
Even though the Renans destroyed all of our arts and culture.
Personally, I was interested in the music of Dahnan as well. The fact that generations of lords deemed music to be of no use to their slaves and outright forbade the ownership of instruments, is lamentable. Not that my words can undo the damage already done.
What's wrong? All right.
What the?
Hey.
Yeah!
Good.
All right!
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Well, let's see. Well...
I see.
Oh. Just great.
Excuse me! Good.
That's some cryptic text, all right.
It could mean anything. Can't we just look around the area for clues or something?
Hey! Maybe these are supposed to be different locations?
Oh, now you're into this too, huh?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Hopefully it's nothing that'll be too hard to deal with. I hate camping out.
What do you say we check back in on the ramp?
You guys checked your equipment lately? I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
A fish! You saw it too, right? Everything looks fine with the lure. All right, let's do this. Ha! Reel it in. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
Could have been worse. At least you caught something.
Yeah! Oh, we've got a lively one. I didn't think I'd catch something this big.
Oh, yeah!
I've got something. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
Guess it's important to stay calm.
There we go. I'll let you go this time. You guys want to rest here?
There's something in the water.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one. I did it! But I'm not gonna quit now.
Oh, yeah!
try a different spot. Yeah! All right. Well, it's not bad, per se.
Could have been worse. At least you caught something.
All right. Looks like I hooked a pretty rare fish.
There certainly are a wide array of fish on Dahnan.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Stay sharp. We're going in. I hate camping out.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way,
Yeah.
Oh!
hey,
I hate camping out.
There's something in the water.
There's a nice breeze here. There we go. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
Not too shabby, friend.
I've got something. Anybody could reel in that.
Nice! You caught it!
You finally made it.
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little thing.
Oh, yeah? How's this? Great!
Yes. Hey! Ah?
Good.
Really? What? Yes!
All right. Right.
Really?
What?
Huh?
All right.
Yes!
Over there.
Huh? Yes!
All right.
Yes!
Huh.
All right.
By the by, Shionne, if you don't mind my asking, would you be willing to share what sort of clothes are currently in fashion on Rena sometime?
Sure, as long as you call me Captain.
Sir, yes, sir, Captain Shionne.
I was just joking. Kinda has a nice ring to it, though.
That Deadime creep certainly has a few screws loose, that's for sure.
Forget that guy. Right now, we need to discuss how we're going to proceed.
What's there to discuss? Deadime and his crew have already brought down the Lord here. Just let them finish her off.
I want to go after her.
I second that. I think it's the best thing to do right now. We don't know if the Darkwings have what it takes to beat her. I'm worried what'll happen if we leave her to her own devices.
You make a good point, Rinwell. And maybe I'm just being overconfident, but between us and them, I think we have a better chance at defeating her.
I have to agree. This realm isn't going to be truly safe as long as that Lord is still running around out there. We need to act.
Fine by me, but isn't Deadime just gonna take all the credit once we're done?
Our job is to break down the walls that oppress Dahnan. What he chooses to build in their place, that's his problem. For now, we'll head to this Estaluva forest Bayfon told us about. Whatever we decide to do, though, we should take some time to rest first. We've barely stopped since Menancia. Where are you going?
Alphen.
You should get some rest. What's got you up at this hour?
Just let me be for a minute, okay? Why don't you go back to the inn?
I will when you do.
Have it your way.
Shionne. The Lord's days are numbered. I haven't forgotten our promise. You can trust me, you know. Maybe even lean on me a little, if you want.
And if I say I will you finally give it a rest?
Yeah, of course. Try to get some rest, okay?
What was all that about?
So we're just going to check things out, right? In whatever that forest is called.
Estaluva Forest. Next time, pay attention. Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I need something to eat.
Like this. Be easy.
They got me flanked! Anything in order.
Mega Ray!
You're mine!
It's a duel of the odds!
He's alive!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
What's that big tower over there?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Hey. That looks pretty good.
Want something to munch on, Hoodle?
Dohalim, your spare bracers were getting dirty, so I polished them up along with the rest of your equipment.
Why, thank you, Kisara. I greatly appreciate that.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but you sure seem to fuss over Dohalim a whole lot, Kisara.
It is a little strange. Almost like you're still in his service.
Really? That's certainly not my intention. Besides, he's not the only one I'm like that with. Hey, Law, I saw your clothes were starting to get holes in them, so I stitched them back up for you.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Kisara.
Point taken. Do you just like looking after people?
I wouldn't go so far as to say I like it, but I get anxious if I don't. I'd always like to help if I can. It comes naturally to me. Back in the day, Miguel and I used to look after the younger kids a lot, so that's probably where it comes from. He taught me everything I know, and I mean everything. How to cook with wild plants, how to sew clothes so they'll last. Without him, we never would have been able to survive.
However, you're not a lord anymore, Dohalim. You need to get used to the idea that people aren't just going to wait on you hand and foot.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm ashamed to admit that I felt no qualms about her doing all that for me. As both a Renan and especially as a lord, one becomes too accustomed to those beneath you tending to your every need, both Renans and Dahnans alike.
Sure, that's how all you Renans are probably raised. But just to be clear, we're not your servants, Dohalim. Got that?
Absolutely. Moments such as this provide me with ample opportunity to confront my unease. It is difficult to tend with my own motivations.
What do you mean?
The truth of the matter is that my espousal of coexistence in Menancia hardly came from an idealistic place. That instinctive unease I feel deep within serves as a reminder for what it is that all of us here fight for.
Don't be so hard on yourself. No one's going to abandon you if you aren't always perfect.
Looking at her now, I think she's more like his mom than his servant.
Hey, Rinwell. What was that whole legend you were talking about earlier, back when we were by the gate?
Huh? Oh, you mean about the Darkwings? It's an old story about a Dahnan hero that's been passed down for generations.
Like I said, I sure haven't heard it before.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, long ago, there was an evil king who tried to bring all of Dahnan to ruin. However, a pure black owl heard the pleas of the people and decided to help. It chose a young hero and bestowed upon them a holy flame that was capable of vanquishing the king. The story goes that the young hero challenged the king and defeated them with the flame. Seeing Dahnan had been saved, the people flew the crest of the Darkwings as thanks to the owl for its help. From what I understand, it used to be a really well-known story before the Renans came.
I guess our people must have forgotten it over time. It's lucky for us you still know it. You sure are well-versed in these sorts of things, Rinwell.
You know, the part where the hero defeats the king with a flame reminds me a little of Alphen.
Come on, it's just a story. Besides, if we're talking about an owl helping anyone, Hoodle would definitely choose Rinwell.
Sure, I might have helped take out our own kind of evil king with the others, but I'm definitely no hero. That and Hoodle's wings aren't even black. Huh.
This looks perfect. Guaranteed to hit the spot.
Mind if I join you, Law?
Oh, hey, Alphen. What's up?
Nothing. I was just surprised to see you weren't training for once. Got a stomachache or something?
You know I don't literally train around the clock, right? I do take breaks.
Do you? It seems like you're training every chance you get.
Well, yeah, it can't be helped if I want to get stronger. Still, it's important to let your muscles rest every now and then. That's what my dad told me anyway.
Zephyr said that?
When I was a little kid, yeah. I would get so excited whenever he came home. I always followed him wherever he went and tried to learn as much from him as I could. He said, it's good to be passionate, but don't overdo it. Just like there are times when you want to take a break from studying, sometimes your body wants to take a break from training too. I was always rushing around and forgetting to rest, so he ended up telling me that a lot.
That definitely sounds like him.
It's nothing to get sad over. Still, I can't help but wonder if that was my dad's way of teaching me the dangers of rushing into things too quickly. Then again, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I wish I'd had more time to talk to him about this kind of stuff. See you guys tomorrow. I feel pretty refreshed after that sleep.
Guess I misread the landing. Not this way, I guess.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Not this way, I guess.
I hate camping out.
Guess I misread the landing. This way, I guess. Not this way, I guess.
We finally made it. Got sand in my eyes!
The winds are strong here. Mind yourselves.
Ugh, even the inside of my mouth is all sandy.
Poodle, don't get blown away, okay?
Oh?
Yes! Very nice.
Is that so? You don't say.
How?
I see.
Hey! Sure.
Nice work.
Oh?
Very nice.
Well?
Yes.
What?
What?
I don't believe this! All right? No.
Sure.
Really now? Yes! What?
What?
Very nice. Yes.
Well, that was a huge miscalculation.
Yet you've drained your glass all the same.
The winds outside the capital are blowing as strongly as ever.
You can definitely see why people call this place the Valley of the Four Winds.
Indeed, Mahag Saar is the realm of wind, just as Ganeth Heros is for water.
Earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Renan is aligned to darkness, leaving each realm one element each.
Is that because some elements are easier to gather in certain areas than others?
That is certainly possible, but I suspect the biggest reason is to prevent the lords from squabbling over resources.
Funny. You would think infighting would come naturally to an elite class vying for a crown.
True, but the Renans rule as a minority. Fighting ourselves would just be destructive. Though, as you saw in Menancia, any abstention from fighting is merely a facade.
In the end, you all get usurped whether you like it or not.
That may be true, but something tells me that this time is different.
We have to catch up to the Lord first if we want answers. Let's keep moving.
What is that ring of rocks over there for? They don't look like they formed naturally to me.
Oh yeah. Funny, I guess I've gotten used to weird rock formations. They didn't even register as being out of the ordinary.
Most likely, they were brought over by us Renans when we first invaded the planet.
Wait, those? So does that mean there's some kind of machine then? And if so, what in the world were they even used for?
To manipulate the properties of Dahna's astral energy.
Really?
Think about it. Isn't it strange that the type of energy each realm collects is so fixed? Astral energy by nature isn't meant to skew towards one element or another so heavily.
So the Renans reformed it for the crown contest.
Sounds like the crazy thing a Renan would do.
Renans these days are more advanced than Dahnans in some ways, but even they don't seem capable of doing something on that grand a scale. Or is that something that's possible on Lenegis? Or maybe the Renan homeworld?
I can't claim to know everything about my own kind, but I myself have never seen anything that would be capable of such a drastic feat.
But at some point they did just that. Those are the sort of people we're up against. We should do our best not to forget that.
You're so amazing, Kisara. You can cook, you can fix weapons. I feel like there's practically nothing you can't do.
Maybe you should take a page out of her book and learn to make yourself more useful then.
I'd be happy to teach you if you want, Rinwell. I learned most everything I know from my brother.
Really? Even how to sew and do laundry?
Yes, indeed. He knew how to do anything.
Sounds like he was a pretty handy guy when he was alive.
He was. I'd always follow him around and badger him with questions. I was a real pain in the neck. Now that I think about it, he and Legil were the ones who taught me how to raise cats, too.
Legil is that woman who was with him in the Gold Dust Cats, right? I remember now. The one with the really pretty hair.
Funny you mention that. He also taught me how to maintain my hair. Not that those lessons stopped it from getting all tangled up during training.
I think it still looks gorgeous.
From what I can tell, it would appear as though the only thing he didn't manage to teach you was how to apply makeup.
No, but that didn't stop him from trying. He really wanted to teach me everything. Only reason he couldn't was because I prioritized my training.
And here I was trying to make a joke.
I can't tell if she's being serious. The only one here who knows him well enough was her.
Yeah, I guess only Miguel could have told us if it's actually true.
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Together, we've got this! Pull away!
These lips and their drinks around us. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady.
Something you wanted to say?
I'm on it!
Grab it from field!
Here I come!
Can you take it?
Too
I
fast!
thought you would stand back. I'll trip it up.
Elusive deity! Try this! Turret!
I'm all stocked up.
First strike! Elusive Zephyr win! I'm ready! Here I come!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Alphen, have you been washing your clothes? It may not be my place to say this, but frankly, they're starting to stink.
Now that you mention it, it has been a while since I did any laundry.
I'll wash them for you if you want. Just remember to give them to me the next time you get changed.
Oh, okay. Sure. Thanks, Kisara.
And, Law, Rinwell, yours are starting to look a bit ragged.
What do you expect? Of course they're going to tear up when we're out there fighting so much.
Yeah, but it's still kind of embarrassing, having it pointed out like this.
And Shionne?
I wouldn't touch me if I were you.
Of course. My apologies. All I wanted to say was that your sleeves are getting a little bit dirty.
You don't need to worry so much, Kisara. It's only natural our clothes are gonna get a little dirty while we're traveling around.
That's no excuse. Your outward appearance says a lot about your inner well-being.
Now you've really set her off.
Suffice to say, it would appear that the traditions of the Guard are still alive and well within her.
What do you mean? What do the guardsmen do that's so special?
Mostly, I'm simply referring to the fact that they're a very regimented and cleanly group of people.
Do I really sound that weird to you guys? Keeping your clothes clean and mended is completely normal to me.
Don't get us wrong. We appreciate the thought, Kisara. But we've got a long journey ahead. It wouldn't hurt to relax your standards. Just a little.
If you're sure. I wasn't trying to overdo it, I promise. However, if it's making the rest of you tense, I'll do my best to tone it down from here on out. Still, if everyone could bring their laundry and clothes they want fixed, that'd be great. I'll take care of it all for you guys tonight.
Don't you ever get tired?
Somehow, things are even worse outside the city than they are inside.
Yeah, it's all ruined.
Houses and everything else.
Even if it was all in the name of beating the Renans, this is...
Woo! 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 Woo!
Look, Hootle! One of your buddies! Woo! Woo! Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Why didn't the Renans take advantage of all of these ruins around here? It seems like a missed opportunity.
Most likely because it would be inefficient for harvesting astral energy. That's what dictates the current positions of each realm's capital.
Plus, Renans are averse to using anything that belonged to the Dahnans.
Let's dispose of the trash.
You're finished! Move away!
Can you take it?
Here
Here's
I come!
Your reflex.
Come on! You're finished! I'm not done!
Begin! Here!
Take this!
Resonate with the earth.
It's time!
Reload!
You're finished!
Mega Ray! I'm all set.
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and follow it to me.
Radiant Blood! Here! Who wants to die next? Back into the fray!
Slash!
Hear me!
Away!
Burning strike!
Rotating pile
Severing wing! Here I come! It's over!
Elusive
Here I
deity.
come!
Rotating pile climber.
Try this!
Lightning Hurricane!
You're mine! Raining slash!
Burning Flame! Reload!
Well, looky here!
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
This one's mine!
Take this! Slash!
Mega
Try
Ray!
this!
Apple and beans, my specialty.
Raining slash! Thank you!
Gemini Aqua!
Got fires!
I've got this!
I
Let
shall
Mark
ensure you
handle
survive
it.
this.
All yours! We did it! Not
First aid!
Now I can let loose! Here I come! It's over!
I'll thank you.
Luna Rongo!
Elusive deity.
You're finished!
Eat this.
Resonate with the earth!
Mega, this one's mine!
You're mine!
Annihilation! Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Cross! We work well together.
Like a finely timed
Flame!
waltz.
Flame of
Severing
fury!
wing! Luna Rongo!
Glacial spear!
Not
Here's
done!
evil!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Cross!
No complaints from me.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
Am I imagining things? Or are there a lot of big Zoogles in this area?
No, I noticed that too. There's plenty of food and water to go around here. For a Zoogle, this just might be paradise.
Great, that's exactly what I wanted to hear.
This one's mine!
Eat this! Take this!
Searing flame! Reload!
Blow away!
It's a duel of the arts!
Eat this! You're on!
Searing flame! Do it!
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Flame of fury! Burning through!
Severing wing! Eat this!
Annihilation!
Your blade moves like silk. I just let my instincts take over. How fascinating.
These little ones are hardly worth our time. I need to be stronger.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Mega ray!
Swallow blade! Try that! Face you! Infernal turret!
Not so fast!
Blow away! Elusive deity! You're finished! Malachite! Damn it! Elusive deity!
Here, let me help.
I'm on! Win! Take this! Take this! It's over!
Glacial spear! Do it!
Shionne!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
See, what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Prepare to be sealed or piece of foot. Actually, that's probably more appropriate.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! One deadly strike, just as ordered.
Yourselves. This one's tough. I'm on it.
Where's the healing art?
Strike.
First aid!
Now I can let loose.
It can hide it.
I'm surrounded. No, me.
Searing flame!
I'm not done.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
It's over. Blow away.
Eat this! I lost myself in the heat of the
Leave the
moment.
enemy's art to me.
No complaints here.
Here,
Now you see what I can do.
Take this.
There you go. I feel like me again. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it!
Here's a healing art!
Swallow blade. Try this.
Now I'm kitchen ruin.
Here I come.
Watch it! Not my finest.
Pay for that!
I'll bring you back from
Here I
death.
come!
Being interrupted. I'll thank you.
Take this!
This one's mine.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with
Here's a
life,
healing art.
resuscitation.
First aid!
Now I can let loose.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
We did it!
Not a chance.
Reaper. Radiant pierce.
Heal. Thanks. Swallow blade. Swallow blade.
Here's a healing art. First aid.
I owe you one.
Take this.
Deathfall.
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Not today!
Into the shadows.
Hurry to fly.
You're finished!
I'll
Here's a
run
healing
with
art.
this stuff. I really owe you one. I'll thank you. Elusive deity.
Here's a healing art. Take this.
You're such a failure.
Stay away from my friends!
Searing flame. Reload. Here's a healing art. First aid.
Thanks! Take this!
Burning strike.
Throw away!
I'm ready. First aid.
Here I go!
Target here.
Try harder! Time to let it rip!
Here. Ha! I'm out.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's
Zephyr
for.
wins! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I hope this medicine works as planned.
I'm not feeling so great.
This one's mine. My Astral Raging Cascade. On guard. What the?
I'm not done yet!
This one's mine.
Zephyr wins!
Tiger Blade. Come on. You can go on. Take this. Tiger Blade.
Blew away! Win!
All right. That does it. Here.
You're mine!
Here's evil. Going in. My Astral Lightning Condemn. Gemini. Far enough. Annihilation. Supernova. Mega
I'm not done!
Watson.
Blew away!
Annihilation.
This one's all mine!
Lightning orb.
Take this.
Here goes. Lightning meteor. From Radiant. Here. Don't mind if I do.
Is this it?
No.
Radiant Supernova. Raging Cascade.
Inferno Turret!
Raging Cascade. I never miss.
I'm not done!
Lightning condemned.
Raining blast!
Here.
Blew away! Swallow blade!
Lightning.
You're mine!
I'm all stocked up. In here.
I let my guard down.
By the power. Can't be happening.
Is this it?
How do you like being pounded into Hey! All healed! Tiger Blade! Alphen!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I still got a ways to go!
I sense a strange power from this.
Gotta break through!
Resonate with the earth.
Glacial spear. Here's evil.
Try this! No! Can't get... Here!
I couldn't make it in.
Come on! I'll blow you to smithereens!
Ready and raring! Resonate with
Now
the
you
earth!
see what I can do!
Stalagmite!
Radiant end this and get a bite to eat instead.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch? We've got all the ingredients for that recipe. Now.
Great. I'll let you cook then.
Wait, what?
Is there a reason you're looking at me so intently?
Shionne's kind of turned into the local fashion critic in our group.
So this is what lords like you wear. Certainly looks the part. I can tell at a glance what high quality everything is.
It's not often Shionne's that impressed. You wear a lot of rings too, don't you?
They were a gift, purchased rather cheaply, or so I was told.
What's your definition of cheap, exactly?
I believe it was around 100 to 200,000 gold.
What? If my wolf head cost 10 gold, then that'd mean... Holy crap! They cost 1,000 times more?!
10,000 times more.
If he sold those things off, I bet he could build a damn mansion with them.
At the very least, he'd never go hungry the rest of his life.
You're all beginning to sound alarmingly interested in my rings.
What's up, Kisara? You look concerned.
Oh, no, it's just... I'm looking at our finances and they seem to have taken a nosedive. I don't remember us making any big purchases, though.
Ah, that may be because I borrowed a small amount to purchase something the other day.
I don't think you can call spending more than half of our money a small amount.
Half? Dohalim, what the hell did you buy?
As it so happens, I came upon a rather special object that I've long been searching for.
Are you talking about that junk? I mean, that unique-looking trinket you're holding?
Whoa, is that a...
Indeed. It is a lost artifact from ancient Dahnan times. Most likely, it was used for some sort of rite or ritual. Ever since we Renans conquered Dahna, such objects have been disappearing. I simply want to do my part to help preserve both our people's storied histories.
Well, if it's to preserve Dahnan history, then I guess we can maybe look the other way. Just this once?
I don't know. Why spend money on something that won't even keep us fed?
More to the point, we all contribute to that money. I don't like the thought of anyone dipping into it without saying anything.
You must understand. Had I let that opportunity pass me by, I'd never have come across this item again.
Dohalim, maybe no one taught you that money doesn't grow on trees.
I may have been a lord, but I realize that much.
It's not enough to simply realize it. You have to internalize the concept too. Even after all this time, you still have no real sense of money. Our funds aren't your personal wallet. We camp outside and eat grass for dinner to try and stretch every last gold we have. You never know when we may need it.
I don't think we're so poor that we have to eat grass or anything.
Shut up, Alphen.
Shutting.
Let's just agree to not spend too much or be too thrifty for our own good.
Alphen, your blazing sword draws its power from Shionne's Firemaster core, right?
So I'm told.
Then why don't you use yours, Dohalim?
You mean my Earth Master Core, yes?
Yeah, I mean, you still carry it around with you, don't you?
I do. Each Master Core contains the astral energy harvested from Dahnan's slaves over the course of the last 3 centuries. Though only a select few qualified people, namely the Lords, can wield them, they nevertheless hold too much power to simply abandon.
If only the Lords are supposed to be able to use them, how come Alphen and Shionne can use theirs?
That may be because Shionne has embedded the Firemaster Core within her body, something which wouldn't have occurred under normal circumstances.
Okay, but why do you still carry yours around?
Just as Dahnans see Master Cores as symbols of the lives and resources robbed from them, so too do I view mine as a symbol of our lasting sins. The pain and agony wrought upon this world by my predecessors, as well as the injustice enabled by my own inaction, are all housed within my Master Core. It is a testament of all that I have done wrong. It cannot ever be used again, nor fall back into the wrong hands.
Dohalim.
You didn't differentiate between the deaths of Dahnans and the deaths of Renans.
Dahnans and Renans both spill blood and languish in agony all the same. I just couldn't bear to hear it any longer. That's all.
Little late for that.
This looks perfect. Guaranteed to hit the spot.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit. Maintaining your shield? It's becoming a familiar sight.
Miguel was the one who taught me how to maintain my equipment after I first joined the Guard. Now it's just a part of my routine.
Your brother always seems to come up whenever I talk to you.
That's because we had no other relatives, so it was just the 2 of us growing up. He was my idol, the one I looked up to and wanted to be like. When I became a guardsman, Lagiel wasn't too pleased to see me at first. It was Miguel who really welcomed me aboard.
Lagiel? Oh, right. She was Miguel's second in the Gold Dust Cats, wasn't she?
That's right. She's always been a very critical and down-to-earth person. In other words, the complete opposite of a dreamer like me.
You're more an idealist than some pie-in-the-sky dreamer.
Even so, that's my brother's doing. He'd never let me stop seeing a brighter world. He always did what he could to keep me smiling and happy.
You must have meant a lot to him.
He wasn't just kind either. He always worked so hard to set an example for me and everyone else around him. He was a true big brother. So much so that when he thought I was asleep, he'd slip out of the house to go training on the outskirts of town.
You seem to know a lot about it.
That's because I only pretended to be asleep and would follow after him.
You
know what? I'm at a good stopping point with my shield. If you've got time, how about I tell you a couple more Miguel stories?
I guess I'd better get comfortable.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Before we go, do you guys have everything?
Mahag Saar, a land where the winds scar and the clouds stretch far.
Kisara? What is he doing?
Reciting a poem, apparently. Just let him be.
What's this thing?
No backing down! Eat this! Eat this!
Try this!
Careful! It has some kind of camouflage! Here goes! The shadows!
Benediction.
Take this! Swallow blade!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
Here's a healing art! I'm ready!
Flew away!
Take
Glacial
this!
spear! Pierce evil!
In a vine! Eat this!
Freeze lancer! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Hurricane!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Okay, can you take it? You're mine!
Infernal turret! Burn!
I can't take much more.
Away!
So you clamor for my true power?
Freeze
Flew
lancer!
away! Try this! Infernal turret!
Is this it? I couldn't make it in time.
Glacial spear! Pierce
From
evil!
beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! Resuscitation!
Our art is being interrupted.
There you go!
You're mine! Try harder! Swallow blade!
Such a failure!
Resonation
Infernal turret!
I'll bring you back from
Stalagmite! It's
death.
in your hands now.
Can't end here!
No paper!
Talon Hurricane! I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Talon Resuscitation! Here, let me help.
Not done
First
yet!
aid! Take it!
I'm on it!
Wind!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Here,
You're
let me help.
mine!
I feel kind of
Taking
funny.
too much damage. You're looking funny too.
Right. I should probably do something about that.
I don't have much left.
I really know you are.
Going in. Take this. I'm gone.
That's it!
Tiger Blade. Back into the Talon Hurricane. I'm gone. Tiger Blade. It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire.
I'm on it!
Searing Talon Hurricane. Flaming meteor.
Now you're talking! Alright, let me in! I'm on it!
Raging cascade.
I'm on it! I'm on a roll now!
Let's get you all back away.
Tiger Blade!
Glacial
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Freeze Lancer.
One more! Eat this!
Tiger Blade! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Lightning orb.
This one is mine!
Disappearing.
I'm on
Not in your dreams. I will.
Talon Hurricane! I can carve through
No
wood!
chance!
Annihilation. Lightning.
Where are you going?
Thunder
such a failure.
Nicole!
Hear me! Raging cascade!
I was overconfident.
Cover the caster! Raging cascade! Dance in the wind! Photon flash! Light astral energy! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade! Breath! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Close one! Raging cascade! Breath! Dance in the wind! Take care of Hoodle.
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown. Now!
What's this thing?
Right, here goes!
Resonate with the earth to me!
It can hide itself? Amazing!
No, I won't give in!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Over? I couldn't make it in time.
Resonate with the earth!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
No further!
I'm on!
He's such a failure.
Swallow blood!
Elusive deity!
It's too much!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life.
What was I thinking?
Incantation! Resonate with the earth!
Raining
Resuscitation!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
The earth!
Severing wind! You take this!
Art of being interrupted! Tornado drive!
I'm out! This one's mine!
I'm on!
He's such a failure.
You pay for that!
Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of fury! Turning strike!
Take this one's mine!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Resonate with the earth!
Here's the healing arc!
I've used too much.
Dragon Swarm!
Elusive deity! Tornado drive!
Demon
Here,
Fang!
let me help!
Take it! Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Does it hurt? Now
Where are you going?
No further!
Demon Fang!
I feel kind of this side
Yeah,
is
we're looking funny
again.
too. So we regroup and try again.
All right. We must play
This
intelligently.
one's mine!
Can you take it? Does it hurt?
Take it!
Elusive deity! Tornado drive!
Double Demon Fang!
Forgive me. No! Don't leave me all alone here.
Here's Shining Supernova! Raging Cascade!
Tiger Blade!
Sealed! Get on in there with the others!
Look sharp! Tiger Blade!
Alright!
Take this! Look sharp! Tiger
Not on
Blade!
my watch!
Huh,
Dance
one
in the
more!
wind! Going in here! I'll be
Tiger
taking this
Blade!
one!
Take this! Flaming Meteor! No chance!
I'm out of ammo! Don't get in my way!
Back into the fray!
Tiger Supernova! Raging Cascade! Fred! Dance in the wind!
Going in!
That's
it!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
This one's mine!
Lightning Orb! Raging
This one's
Cascade!
mine!
Glacial Spear! Here's
Tiger
Eagle!
Blade!
Light Astral Energy!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Hit!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I feel sprightlier than before.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
There are still so many creatures we don't know about.
Have you been writing stuff down about? Make sure to get some good rest. I think we've rested long enough. Let's keep moving.
That's far enough!
Take this!
Look sharp!
Steel Blade!
Resonate with the
Careful! It has some kind of camouflage!
One more! Look sharp! Take this! I'm on it! Tiger Blade!
Another incantation ruined. It's in your hands now.
Come on!
Here
You
goes!
have to hold on! Eat this! Coming hit!
Severing Blade!
Going in!
Take this!
That's it!
Go away!
Tiger Blade! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa! I'm on
blade!
If it's in the sky,
Time to let it rip!
now my clothes are... Nicole!
You'll pay for that! This one's almost coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Lightning condemned!
You're mine! Then try harder! Eat this!
Hear me! Flame of
Take this!
fury!
Slash! Try this!
Infernal
Here!
This one's
Run away! Try this! Infernal torrent!
I'm only getting... Back into the fray! Here's a healing art! This one's mine!
I'm ready.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Tiger blade! This'll come in handy. Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Try harder!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Here's a healing art.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Balseph!
Here's a healing art.
This one's mine.
Radiant
Guardian field. I'm ready to go. All right, let me out.
Here's a healing art.
Nice try. On guard. One more. Tiger blade. Look sharp.
Demon Fang! Double deep!
Here's a healing art.
Severing Wing! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! Piss on! Not today!
Go. You're mine.
Light up the dark.
Annihilation.
Finish it!
Thank you.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
I'll see you again tomorrow. Well, off we go. Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Yeah. There we go. Anybody could reel in that.
Guess it's important to stay calm.
Reel it in. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
Nice! You caught it!
Yeah! All right. We can get a good meal out of this fella.
That flapper was a true fighter.
Yeah! I've got something. I'll get you next time. All right. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
You sure know what you're doing.
I've got something. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
That went pretty well.
Yeah! Reel it in. I'll catch something bigger next time.
You take your fishing pretty seriously.
Wouldn't it be easier to simply use astral arts to catch the fish and be done with it?
That misses the whole point of going out to fish. we go. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
Maybe you could keep it as a pet.
We finally made it.
This one will be difficult to predict.
It's over! Take this! It's over!
I shall ensure you survive this. Your reflexes will not serve you well here. Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Prepare to be sealed, though. Actually, round is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing!
Take this! Swallow blade! Win! You're on! Here I come! It's over! I'm on! Swallow blade! Not this one's all mine! Take this! It's over!
In a bind?
I'm ready!
You're mine!
Resonate with the earth!
I'm ready! We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right! No time to hold back!
Can you take it?
Here I come!
Beast of deity!
Flash!
Resonate with the earth!
I'm on that line! Here I come!
Do it!
Fang blast!
The heavens must be smiling.
What's this thing?
way!
Everlasting dark.
This one's mine!
I'm on it! Negative gate! On your finish! Eagle fly! Try this!
I'm not so good with airborne targets.
Burning flash! I'm on it!
Mega ray!
We got fire resonate with the air!
You made
Come
it
on,
with
go!
handle.
Want me to pick up the slack for all yours? Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Here I
On your
go!
knees.
One more! Primed and ready!
First strike! You're mine! Run you through! Big blast! I'm not done!
So I still had room to grow.
No choice! Take this! I'm on You're mine! Can't get out of
These
bed!
ones can run rings around us.
It's over! I'll tear you apart!
Do it!
Blew them off! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that? That training's paying off! On your knees! Win! Air!
I'm ready for the next battle.
Let's see what you've got.
You're mine! Raining flash! Negative gate! On your knees!
This one's mine!
It's a dual jump!
Reload! Here's the healing art! First aid!
ready!
Why can't they just sit still?
He's the enemy.
Shionne, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Luna Rondo! Go win!
You like me again?
Rising Falcon!
Well, someone seems in tip-top form. Nothing new about that. And still as humble as ever.
Dragon Swarm!
Rotating pile driver! Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Sword Rain out! Dragon Swarm!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shionne.
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual. This one will be difficult to predict.
Hey, when did I get so popular? Shading power driver! Blow away!
Airborne beat. My spec.
Take this! It's over! Totally! In an instant! Impact cross! We work well together.
But it's finally time to walk.
Eat this!
Covering wind!
Eagle
Hurricane Crumble! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Step back! This one's all law!
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Gotta break through! Take this!
Water!
I'll tear you apart!
Begin!
Covering wind! Luna Rongo!
Eat this! Freeze! Hurricane! Eagle fly!
It's over!
Hey, when did I get so popular?
Swallow blade! Can you take it? Blow away! Wind! Take this! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Glacial Spear! Here's the Eagle!
Here I come! Here I come!
I'll face you.
You're on!
Stupidity! Shading pile! What's this?
You're on!
Eagle Fly!
Swallow blade!
Reload!
Infernal torrent!
Searing Flame!
Wind!
Reload! You're going pretty hard in this battle.
This
I am
has
not
got your
usually
name
given
on
to
him.
restraint.
Sometimes I believe you're stronger than you let on.
Luna Rongo!
Hear my
You're
call!
on!
Spread!
First strike!
Do it!
Here I come!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There's always room for improvement.
What's this thing? I see plenty of ruins around here, too. Must have been a big town bustling with people back in the day.
For Crown Contest participants, places such as these are but vectors for the astral energy they pursue. Similar to that windmill, for instance.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
man. I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Can you take it? Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver!
It's like trying to keep up with a wall!
Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver! I'll finish you here and now!
Severing wind!
Elusive deity! Eat this! Rotating pile driver! Elusive deity!
Astral energy!
Say no more! I can feel my power growing! Yourselves. This one's tough.
You require a hand. Can't get out of this!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Elusive deity!
Mirage!
Leave the agile ones to me. Benediction.
Infernal torrent!
Heal!
Severing wind!
Talon
Mirage!
Eagle fly!
It's over!
Searing flame!
You're mine!
Seismic rupture! Tempest! I'll do it!
Here I go! In an instant!
Impact cross! My exploits are bearing fruit.
I won't forgive you!
Here I come! It's over! Here
A
I come!
new melody!
You're finished! First strike! Try this! Infernal torrent! There!
Elusive deity!
Lightning!
Rotating pile driver!
Severing wind! We've got flyers!
I've got this!
Easy and
Let him
snaring.
march me!
Yeah, and the
All yours!
to me.
Flame! Reload!
Blew away!
Water!
Elusive deity!
Blood!
It's time!
Flame of fury!
Here I come!
Elusive
You're
deity!
finished!
Rotating pile driver!
Infernal torrent!
Well, looky here!
We seem to have come across something a little unusual.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Can you take
You're
it?
mine!
Dance on the wind!
You're finished! Blow away!
Eagle fly! Resonate with the earth! I'll tear you apart! On me, pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
You're finished! Blow away! Severing wind! Here I come!
Can you take it?
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Well then, let's keep moving.
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
I'll face you!
Flame Lancer!
Benediction light.
I'm ready!
Here! First strike!
Searing Flame! I never miss!
Take this! Resonate with the earth! On your
Glacial
knees! Come and face me!
Freeze Lancer!
Blew away!
Powered Hurricane!
On your knees! Lunar Come! Now I'm here I come!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
First strike!
Talon Flame Lancer!
Strike! Here I come! Can you take it? I'm ready! Go me! In an instant! Impact block!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz. Take this! I'm on it! It's over!
I'm ready!
Win! Elusive deity!
Ready!
I can feel my precision improving.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Damn it! I'm on it! I'll tear you apart! Take this!
Your hide is thick as armor!
Big blast! Take this! On your knees! Slash! Try this!
Hear my call!
Old-fashioned their defense!
Glad you have your uses!
I'll show you how useful I can be! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Try this! Can you take it? Mirage! Try this! Do it! In an instant! Impact block!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Here's evil!
Try harder! to help.
Freeze Lancer! Let me have!
Trigger Dragon! Elusive deity! Begin!
Gravitas Field!
That's enough!
Mecha
Sword! Elusive deity! Severing wing! Now! You're mine! Swallow blade! Try this!
Seven Blood! Annihilation!
Be still!
Powered
Hurricane thrust! I'll finish you here and now! Dazzle!
Go! You're mine!
Lunar Rock! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Mahag Saar, a land where the winds scar and the clouds stretch far.
Kisara? What is he doing?
Reciting a poem, apparently. Just let him be.
Step back! This one's all law!
Now where might those fish be? I've got something. I'll get you next time. There we go. Looks like I hooked a pretty rare fish.
I don't recognize that fish. Is it okay to eat?
You're still not done fishing yet? Boring.
You need patience to fish.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one.
All right.
I'll catch something bigger next time.
Looks like a pretty energetic fish.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one. There we go. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
You take your fishing pretty seriously.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Better get everything ready for tomorrow.
Good. This came out just the way I hoped. Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
Sorry for rambling on so much about my past earlier.
Don't sweat it. It was fun hearing you reminisce about the good old days.
Come on, you don't have to pretend with me. I know I can tend to go on sometimes, when it comes to my brother.
You said it, not me. Anyway, I don't think it's something for you to be embarrassed about.
Hey, Alphen. When you were a kid, was there ever a time when you had to bury someone younger than you?
Well, it's hard to say. I'm guessing that you have, though.
Yeah. During the previous crown contest, with the Lord before Dohalim. Life back then was truly hell. I think that's why I tried to ignore what Miguel was telling me for so long. Because I was afraid of going back to such a dark time. Of losing hope. I wanted to believe in our paradise so much that I doubted the one person I should have trusted most. I don't blame Dohalim for that. I simply didn't want to face facts. And I ended up trying to project my ideals onto everyone else.
It's strange. Whenever you and Dohalim talk about Menancia, it's always like it's some big failure. We're talking about fixing 300 years worth of damage here. Isn't it a bit optimistic to think it was all going to be resolved after only 5?
You might be right. Maybe it was a mistake when Menancia... No. When I decided to stop seeing the darkness in our society. I have to admit the truth. To myself, first of all. See you tomorrow. Before we go, do you guys have everything?
I hate camping out. What?
I think it's safe to rest here now.
We've reached our destination.
This place gives me the creeps. You really think that Lord is hiding out here?
Be careful. The air is dense with astral energy. Something's not quite right about this place.
How are you able to pick up on all this stuff anyway? Is it something that all astral arts wielders can do?
I must admit, I'm curious myself. Perhaps her Dahnan bloodline has something to do with it.
Dohalim.
Apologies. I meant no disrespect.
Stay alert, everyone. There's a good chance that she already knows we're here.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard. I suppose if you're a lord going into hiding, a forest is one place to turn.
We don't know for sure she's here. Keep looking.
see what you've got.
Here I go.
You're mine!
I'm only getting
Can't get out of
started.
this!
It's over!
Oh,
Can you take it? Right!
He's like trying to keep up with a wolf. Lightning!
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
The enemy wields
What did I get? You'll soon see about that. The tide of battle has turned.
That's the power of comrades in arms.
Right. Comrades in arms.
What? Too sentimental?
It's over!
I'm on it! I'll grind you into
I'm not done!
I'll run you through!
By the hurricane!
By the
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it!
Don't get careless.
Let's see what you've got.
Swallow blade! Try this! Damn it!
Armor won't save you!
Yeah, appreciate the concern.
The sooner you stop thanking, the sooner you can start helping.
I mean, yes, sir.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here's a healing art!
Whirlwind smash! No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Dragon Claw!
Here!
I'm ready!
I'm out!
Still got that Lord Rat.
Former Lord Rat.
Details.
So that's how a lord fights.
I don't perform as well.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you say that. I know fine weapon material when I see it. For the hideout of a runaway lord, this place is a lot bigger than I was expecting.
Do you think she had it built with that in mind?
No. Personally, I think this used to be part of a Dahnan castle or fortress of some sort.
How can you tell?
For one thing, it doesn't look like a storehouse. For another, it's old and you can tell it was built to let people hole up inside of it.
Huh. I'll take your word for it. I don't know the first thing about brick. You know, I've always thought you were a smart little cookie, but damn, Rinwell, you really know your stuff.
It's no big deal. I've just read a lot of books is all.
If this is meant to be a castle, there wasn't much to it above ground. Are there such things as underground castles?
There probably used to be more of it above ground. That is, until 300 years ago.
So the main structure must have been lost during the time of the invasion, with only the underground part remaining. And then this lord decided to use it for her own purposes. Have I got that right?
But what reason could she have for using this place instead of staying back in her own castle?
That's what we're here to find out. Whatever it is, she's up to no good.
Right. It's all the more reason we need to hurry up and find her before it's too late.
Leave the agile one to me.
Now
Got fire.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours. First strike. Elusive deity. Hitting pile driver. Blow away. Try harder. Eagle fly. Renan flash. Here I come. Lunar Rondo. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
There. One more.
Swallow blade. I'm ready. Totally. In an instant. Impact block.
That extra training paid off.
What's this thing?
Airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Here, let me help.
No armor. Stop me.
Remind me to stay on your good side. I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Saar.
Everlasting darkness. Negative gate. Resonate with the earth. Stalagmite. Blow away.
Take it. It's over. Picture repel.
The enemy wields arcs too.
We'll soon see about that.
I'm on target. Talon hurricane. With the
it.
Heal.
Searing tempest. And first strike.
You picked the wrong fight.
Flare tornado.
You're mine.
Here, let me help.
It's over.
Now you see what I can. I'll finish you here and now.
In an instant. Impact block. We work well together.
Here,
Like a
let me
finely
help.
timed waltz.
First aid.
You're mine.
By the power of water.
First strike. You're mine. Come on. Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
This place is full of weird machinery, old and new. Just what the hell was she doing here?
By all appearances, the sort of unsavory research she wouldn't want to see divulged.
Even to other Renans? That's a scary thought.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
This place goes pretty deep underground.
It was probably built that way so it could still be used, even if the above-ground portion got destroyed.
Perhaps that's why it's still here, and why it was made into her hideout. It would certainly stand to reason.
Here's the evil!
Power blade! Not try this!
Freeze laser!
This one's all mine! Raining slash!
That's my key! Going pretty hard in this battle.
Shut him
I'm not
down!
usually given to restraint.
Sometimes I believe you're stronger than you let on.
This could be useful.
It would appear we can descend down where the railing has fallen apart.
What? Are you serious?
By all appearances, it would seem she was researching something here.
You think so? What kind of research could she have been doing in a place like this?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hardly anything the likes of us could imagine.
If we assume it was because this area is rich in astral energy, then it's possible she could have been doing any number of things.
Indeed. Renan castles and spirit vessels are often found in such locations. Intriguingly, Dahnan ruins are also known for their abundant energy.
You Renans attacked us. Don't act like you're just some...
Sheesh, enough already. This isn't the place to pick a fight over this.
How can you be so calm listening to all of this? You've suffered at the hands of guys like him too.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm calm.
Here's the healing art! First aid!
Can't get out of this!
Take this! You're finished!
Laser spear! Here's the evil!
Smash you!
You're mine!
I've used too much.
Infernal turret!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Easy and snelling to me. Yeah! And probably anyone keep them charging us! That's what my shield's for!
Yep, this ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that track.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
I'm ready! Try this! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial spear!
Begin! No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
You're on! Come and face me!
Looks like we won.
you, Sara!
It's almost too strong. Then I'll split it open.
Be my guest.
I'll face you.
Severing wind.
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me. Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how you like.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Blow away. Hurricane. Wind.
Glacial spear.
All good things come
Freeze
to an end.
I've used a bit too much healing.
I shall ensure you survive this. On your pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Take this! One guard! That's it! One guard!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
We're only getting started. This one's mine! On guard!
Take this!
Lightning meteor!
Take this!
Hear me!
In a bind? Impressive. I didn't even get to have my turn.
History abounds with tales of lords daring exploits.
Maybe you'll share some with me.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Do you still have enough energy for healing?
Honestly, I'm a little worse for wear.
got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
There's nobody here. It's been nothing but Zeugles. No lords, no Renan forces.
They have to be holed up somewhere, right?
From the look of things, I don't think anybody's been here for a while. If anyone was here, they're long gone now.
That can't be.
Look out!
We'll figure this out later. Right now, this thing needs dealing with.
I don't understand. Did they fall live?
He didn't seem the type to lead us on a wild goose chase.
Hey, save your questions till after we manage to finish this thing!
Shionne on the way!
You're done!
Ignore!
Go for the weak point!
Eagle! Now I'm in the groove!
Try this!
Hear my call!
Rotating fireball!
Spread!
You're finished!
Glacial Spear! Where's Eagle?
It was nice while it lasted. Elusive deity! Whirlwind snap! Watch it!
Benediction light.
Heal! What a relief!
Damn it! Too fast!
Fantastic. I'll trip it up.
Elusive deity!
Let the marksman handle this. I never miss.
I can carve through armor!
Benediction light.
Into the shadows.
Heal!
Okay. By the power of water.
Forgive me.
Here's a
This is
healing
my
arm.
fault.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Begin!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll save you.
Explosive ring!
Hitting not done yet!
It's on!
Can you take it?
Dragon Swarm!
Hear my call.
I'm not feeling so great.
Not today!
Benediction light.
Heal!
Okay,
Glacial
here I
Spear.
come!
Pierce evil. Freeze Lancer.
Slide!
Let me help you. First aid.
Air pressure.
Take this!
Annihilation. Mega Ray.
Over? I couldn't make it in time.
I'll bring you back
Benediction
from
light.
Death's Abyss.
Heal!
Resuscitation.
Another incantation ruined.
You're mine.
Swallow Blade! Try this! Another torrent!
Benediction light.
Heal! There you go!
Can't get
Feel
out
like
of
me
this.
again!
Take it!
Benediction light.
I'm only getting
Dragon
started.
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Explosive ring!
I'll tear you apart! I'm on a roll now!
Thrilling performance.
Now you see what I can do!
This one's mine.
Now I can let loose! Strike! Come on! Dragon Swarm!
I've let you all
Here's a
down.
healing art.
You'll pay for that!
First
Try
aid.
air pressure!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Radiant Pierce.
On your
I know.
knees!
Watch and weep.
Blow away!
It's weakened.
Air pressure! This ends
I'm ready.
now!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Here, let me help.
Dragon Swarm!
Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Begin!
Explosive ring!
Glacial Spear. Eagle.
You picked the wrong fight! More?
Freeze Lancer.
Come on!
No further.
First aid.
Such unadulterated fury.
On your knees.
Radiant Pierce.
That's a big one!
No further.
Back into the fray!
Out of the woods.
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Can't be happening! Come on! You have to hold on! This one's mine!
Everlasting darkness. Negative
Guardian
gate.
Hail!
On your right.
All healed!
Swappy. From beyond.
We've been pushed to our limit.
So we turn it around. Victory or nothing.
Not to split hairs, but it might be worse. Nothing.
Here, let me help!
First aid!
Glacial Spear!
Pierce evil! Freeze Lancer! This
Can you take it? In a bind?
By the power of water!
House it!
Searing flame!
Elusive deity!
By the power of water!
The everlasting darkness! Negative gate!
Annihilation! Lightning! Downfall!
On
Lightning!
your knees!
Downfall!
Glacial Spear!
Pierce evil!
Don't get carried away! You missed! Begin!
Lancer! Mega Ray!
I'll face you!
I never miss!
You're mine!
Mega Ray!
It's in your hands now.
Mega Ray! Gemini Aqua!
Can't be happening!
I don't understand. Did they fall live?
He didn't seem to have to lead us on a wild goose chase.
Hey! Save your questions until after we manage to finish this thing!
By the power of
You're mine! I'll run you through! It's over!
Go for the weak point!
Try this!
Heal! I really owe you one! I'll smash you!
Radiant Pierce!
I'll tear you
I'm out of
apart!
ammo! Back
Prepare
into
to
the
be
fray.
sealed. Need a foot. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Less talking and more doing! Eagle Fly! By the
Now, in the dragon form! Oh, now you're talking!
Hurricane thrust!
Elusive deity!
Let the mark
Getting
fly
down
the
with
horn!
it! Elusive deity! Dragon form!
Glacial Spear!
Pierce evil!
Explosive ring!
Freeze Lancer! Here's a healer heart! First
I
aid!
really owe you one. Can you take it? Can't get out of sight! Blow away!
You're mine!
Elusive deity! Rotating fire! I can carve through armor!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
It's wide open!
It
You picked
won't
the wrong
escape
fight!
me.
Take this! Glimmer Dragon!
I'll finish you here in
Elusive
deity!
form!
Rotating fire!
Spear!
Explosive ring!
Where are you going?
Eagle fly! Heal!
I owe you one!
Searing flame! Reload! Lightning!
Elusive deity!
Radiant Pierce!
Eagle fly!
I'm
I'll
out of
finish you
ammo.
here and
I'm
now!
all fucked up.
Flash!
Sword Lane Alpha!
Mega Ray!
You're mine!
Eagle fly!
Hear my call!
Dragon form!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Hurricane! Freeze Lancer!
Eagle! Go time!
Explosive ring!
Let's tear him up! Resonate with the
First
earth!
aid!
Why are you human? To stop me dying?
I can carve through armor!
Do it!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Steering flame!
Come on, roll now! It's over!
Hear my
Elusive key! You picked the wrong fight!
Here's evil! Here's a healing art! First aid!
Go! Elusive key! Like me again! Can you take it? Blow away! Come on, it's engulfed you! Discord! On your knees!
First aid!
Slash! Air pressure! Try this!
Steering flame!
Here I come! Crush!
That's freaking good!
You're mine!
Wasn't
Such unadulterated fury.
It's over! Damn it! No further!
Rip it, watch it!
You're finished!
Here's a healing art!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Now! Red line!
What a relief! Radiant, look here!
Armor won't save you! You're mine!
Here I come!
You're finished!
Here's
Over. I couldn't make it in time.
Not my fight! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with
Here, let me help.
resuscitation!
First aid!
Not done yet!
Radiant, here! I'll bring you back from
Now,
death to
call it
death.
freely!
Take it down!
Severing wing!
Here's a healing art!
Severing wing! Not too long ago! Can you take it? Take it!
Here's
Dragon
evil!
Swarm! Elusive deity! Begin! Dragon Swarm! Prepare to be killed! On your way!
Forgive me.
Here's evil!
This is my fault.
This one!
This should do it! Swallow Blade!
Where are you going?
This should do it! Elusive deity! I'm on! Rotating pile driver! Blow away! Try hard! This should do it!
Here's a healing art!
Elusive deity!
That frickin' does it!
I'm on! Severing wing! I'll grind you into dust! Ready and ready! Now you see what I can do! Thrilling performance! I owe you one! Resonate with the earth!
What's the line?
Try harder! You picked the wrong fight!
Here, let me help.
You're helping me become a pattern.
It's for the good of all of us. I'm almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
No! Don't leave me all alone.
Let you all down.
Tiger Blade!
Such unadulterated fury.
Here's a healing art!
Denied! Begin!
On guard! One more! Let go! Here's evil! No chance!
Beckoned into everything to be sealed!
One more! This one's mine! Got it! I never miss!
Resonate with the earth!
Here's a healing art!
Another incantation ruined.
This one's will!
Negative!
Flare tornado!
Resonate with the earth!
What? Who cares? Who Annihilation! Radiant here! Radiant here!
What?
Mega ray!
It's in your hands now.
Searing flame! Reload! I'm out!
My pride was my downfall.
Wasn't weak!
Seismic dance on the wind!
We've gotten ourselves in a pinch.
We underestimated their strength.
No matter. This battle isn't over yet.
Resonate with the earth.
Try harder! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Blow away! Stay away from my friend!
Lightning! Downfall! Lightning!
Lightning slash!
Rise and rend! Where are you going? It's weakened!
This ends now! Dragon
Here!
Swarm!
Flame of Fury! Strike! Water! Here! Spread!
Resonate with the earth.
Over!
Into the center!
Being interrupted.
Radiant, do it!
Shionne!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
So much for finding the Lord. Come on, let's get back to Niaz.
Shionne, calm down. This isn't like you. What's wrong? Talk to me.
It's none of your concern.
Even after everything we've been through together?
The two of us are only helping each other because our interests overlap, remember?
Are you serious? You helped me come to terms with Zephyr's death. You put your life on the line to save me. Don't tell me you did all that out of necessity. That it was only because we have a common goal. Fine.
Huh?
You don't want to answer? Then I'll do whatever I like from now on, too. Clearly, I'm just bothering you. So it doesn't matter if you tell me what's on your mind. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop looking out for you. Not now, not ever.
That's not fair. Why can't you just leave me alone? You don't know the first thing about me.
But I do. I know you care about the pain of others. You care, Shionne. That's why I want to help.
Because of my thorns, I thought I had been doomed to a life of solitude. Until the day I died, I knew I would be alone.
And now?
The truth is, I'm trying to end my curse and get rid of my thorns.
Get rid of? There's a way to do that? Really?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is there's a chance. But that's the reason I need the Renis Alma.
The Renis Alma?
The Master Core to end all Master Cores. It is bestowed upon the winner of the Crown Contest, the new Sovereign, as proof of their victory. It must be assembled from all 5 Master Cores.
That's why taking down the Lords is so important to you. But Shionne, you're not in this alone. If there's a chance we can rid you of your thorns, I'll be by your side the whole way.
That includes us, right?
Like it or not, you're going to have to get used to relying on us every now and then.
What kind of friends would we be otherwise?
Thank you.
Dahnan liberation and the Renis Alma. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us. If we have any hope of finding this Lord and their Master Core, we start by heading back to Niaz.
Man, who would have thought we'd ever get thanked by Shionne?
Sounds like someone wants me to grab their arm.
I'm joking! Damn, you're scary sometimes.
Shionne's not scary at all.
Alphen.
I'll just, leave you two alone.
I need something to eat.
I can't believe this. To think they would give us a bad lead like that. Where could that lord actually be?
Beats me. That said, there's no point wandering around aimlessly trying to look for her. We should head back to Nias for now.
What's wrong, Kisara?
Oh, I was just thinking about what it meant for there to be castles here on Dahnan. People build castles to protect things that are important for one reason or another. But not simply that. They're also used to project a ruler's power.
So what you're saying is, even before the Renans invaded, the Dahnans were still being ruled over. It was just by other Dahnans.
That's most likely the case, yeah. Though who knows how they led their people.
But after seeing Deadeye, I can't picture them being all that benevolent themselves.
What if it's in everyone's nature to rule over and control others? What are we supposed to do about that?
If it really is in our nature, then no. All that means is we have all the more reason to fight it. That's all there is to it. Always good to be back in familiar territory.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
This looks perfect. Guaranteed to hit the spot.
What's wrong, Law?
Why do I gotta have a vitamin smoothie?
Because you've been eating nothing but meat lately. Your body needs vegetables to stay healthy.
Yeah, but does it have to be so concentrated?
It's better that way. Even if you hate vegetables, all you have to do is drink it. It's a quick and easy way to get more nutrients.
Like you're one to talk. You'll have anything as long as it's spicy.
Which that vitamin smoothie isn't. I know its taste leaves a little to be desired, but once you get used to it, it's not so bad.
This sludge isn't gonna make me less hungry.
I don't know. If you downed 10 of them, I bet you'd start feeling pretty full.
Are you trying to turn me into an herbivore or something?
If I were you, Law, I'd drink it down sooner rather than later. It's going to start tasting bitter if you let it get warm.
It's already bitter when it's cold.
Come on, Law. It's good for you. Quit complaining and drink it already.
About damn time.
Took long enough.
But that's...
Right. I can't wait.
Head on over to the plaza.
What's going on? It seems busier here than before.
Hey, look! Isn't that Bayfon over there?
Ah, there you are. It seems I owe you all an apology. I'm guessing you didn't find the Lord back in the forest, did you?
No, but something tells me you already knew that.
That I did. Turns out I bit down on some bad intel when I should have known better. Apparently, Deadeye's not as trusting of me as I thought.
But why would he feed you bad intel?
My guess? He wanted me to lead you all astray. Make sure you weren't sniffing around where he didn't want you to be. While you were off in the forest, I got word that one of our squads captured the Lord. The place wasn't even close to where you were searching.
I see. Well, the important thing is that you finally caught her. Did you suffer many casualties?
You're not going to believe this, but she didn't even put up a fight. She had no escort either.
Well, what about her Master Core? Was it recovered?
Sorry. They only briefed me on the basics. For now, Deadeye's getting ready to make his victory speech out in the plaza. In the meantime, I've been ordered to set up a defense perimeter around the outside of the city, so I'll be out of town for a while. I imagine Deadeye will announce what he intends to do with the Lord during his speech. You'll have to let me know how it goes. Anyway, until next time.
A Renan Lord surrendering without a fight? Something doesn't add up here.
I'm afraid I can't say I know much of her lordship personally.
There's a lot about this that doesn't make sense. The Master Core is a concern too. Let's stick around like Bayfon suggested and see what happens. We don't leave until we get to the bottom of this. I'm worried about just what Deadeye has in store for Almadria. For now, let's wait at the inn until he gives his victory speech.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
These must be the Dahnans the Darkwings freed.
Yeah. The city might be in ruins. The people have risen from the ashes.
This is the place Bayfon said Deadeye would reveal the Lord's fate. I wonder what he'll do to her.
Well... Is that...
Yes. It's Lord Almadria Imeris.
Please stop! No good can come of such hatred. Stop or there'll be no turning back. Is this supposed to be justice? Astral energy? Why now?
You don't think that...
The fruit of Helgen!
Just...
I did warn you, did I not? Nothing good can ever come of such nasty hatred.
I found you at last. I swear it. I'll make you pay for what you did to my parents!
What do we have here? Could it really be the witch from Dahnan? Honestly, I thought I had wiped all of you out of existence back then. I guess there was one survivor after all.
Hey, Rinwell!
Shut up! This is the only thing that's keeping me going anymore. Stay out of my way or I'll kill you!
Rinwell.
I'll kill you. I swear it. I will kill you! What did you... Why are you defending her?
I'm not really sure, you know. But when I look into your eyes, I can't let you do it.
What about you? Are you not the one who got revenge for his father? Don't I deserve that as much as you? Move aside. If you don't, then I'll blast you again.
Even so, sorry. I'm afraid that I can't let you do that. No way. I can't let you kill her. Not while your face is full of the same hatred as those people who died.
You saw what she did. What are you saying? She should just get away with it all?
You're right. Rinwell. I don't know what I'm doing. But still, I know it's wrong. If you go through with this, I know you'll regret it. I'm sorry. I am. Forgive me.
I can't believe you. You, of all people. Of all the people! Why did you... Why, Ela?
Is your little show quite finished?
Why, you...
For many years of my life, I devoted myself to the study of astral arts. But the knowledge I took from your family was truly enlightening indeed. For that, you deserve a reward. I shall allow you to taste one of the fruits of my labor. Rearrange That's what I do best.
Now
Ma, I'm...
Sorry for almost blowing me up? Hey, not like it's the first time. Come on, we need to take her down.
Okay.
Elusive deity! Explosive ring!
Exploit the enemy's weakness. Resonate with the earth. Strike!
Glacial spear!
Try this!
Here's evil!
Infernal turret!
Raging cascade!
Raining
Here's the
strike!
healing of the wind! First aid!
I owe you one.
Light astral energy!
Take this!
Thunder field!
Burn in hell!
Raging cascade!
Here I come!
In here! Back into the rhythm of bathing them!
Infernal turret!
Annihilation!
You're mine!
Mega ray!
Let me free you of it.
Here's the healing of
A new melody!
You're mine! I owe you one.
Where are you going?
Dance on the wind!
Dragon Swarm!
On your knees!
I'm only getting dance to the wind!
Dragon Swarm!
Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
Explosive ring!
On your
Field! Here, let me help!
Here I come!
Not on my watch!
I owe you one. Here I come!
elusive deity!
Blow away! You're finished!
Slash!
Infernal turret!
Take it!
Raging cascade!
Everlasting jump! Can't get out of this! Can't move! From beyond, from beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love! Resuscitation!
Not done yet!
Dance on the wind!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
That tail's a problem. Then let's focus there first.
I owe you one.
Another incantation ruined.
Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring!
I'll smash you!
I'm only getting power! Here, let me help!
Blow away!
First aid!
You're my
Radiant
strike! Infernal turret!
lightning!
Heal!
I owe you one.
Glacial spear! Here's the evil! Light astral raging cascade!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Then it
Light
is your
astral
life.
raging cascade!
Ha! You picked the wrong fight!
Dance in the
You're
wind!
mine!
Reach out! Mega ray! War for the sun!
In a bind?
Mega ray! Lightning condemned! Here, let me help! Too much for hand! Raging cascade! Searing flame! Dance in the wind! This one's mine! Here! I'll be saving this one! I'm all propped up! Annihilation! Here, let me help!
Dragon Swarm!
First aid!
On your
Dance in the wind!
So good. I couldn't make it in time.
Here's the evil!
Arms being interrupted.
Raging cascade!
From beyond, imbue this
I'll be
vanquished
in
soul
here!
with love.
Begin!
Now see what I can do. Knock it into next week.
Raging cascade!
Tempest engulfs you.
Explosive ring!
I'm already
Castle! Hurricane thrust! Here I come! You're
Now!
finished! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Radiant light! Here! Raging cascade!
Dragon Swarm!
In here! I'll be saving this one!
Explosive
Not
ring!
on mine!
Changing tactics!
There's no telling what it'll do! Stay
In a
focused!
bind?
I know! First aid! Here's another!
Not so fast.
Watch and weep!
Can you take it? Dance on the wind.
Here's a healing art! First aid! Here goes! Ghost water! Here's my call! One last raging cascade!
Not today!
Elusive deity.
Healing flame of fury! Burn every dry pile!
Searing thunder! Unwill!
Elusive deity!
Flare tornado! Here's a healing art! Raging cascade! First aid! In here!
This should do it!
Look like that time! Here's a healing art! Now I can't heal you forever! Water! Here's my call!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic fission! In a bind?
Here, let me help.
Shattering!
Haven!
Attack! Seismic rupture! Elusive deity! Can you take it? Rotating fire!
Burning strike!
I'll smash you!
Lightning raging cascade! First aid!
Crush! Elusive deity! Raining slash!
Radiant pierce! Raging cascade! Here's the evil!
Resonate with the order! Stalagmite! On your knees!
More for the stop! Searing flame! Reload! Raging cascade!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Resonate with the
I
earth!
never miss! More for that!
On your
Stop! Annihilate! Dance to the wind! In here! Here, let me help!
This should do it!
Mega ray! Going in!
Now you see what I can do!
Here,
You
let
picked
me
the
help!
wrong fight!
First aid!
Dragon Swarm!
Here I go! In here! Radiant pierce!
Piercing roar!
Here's the healing art! First aid!
Far enough! Look sharp!
In here!
Away!
Lightning! Downfall!
Can't get out of this! No!
Tiger blade!
Away! Try nonsense!
Here, let me help!
Look sharp!
First aid!
Really owed you one. Try this! Infernal turret! Take
Here!
Look sharp!
Flame of fury!
I can carve through on a roll now!
Time to shot! Here, let me help!
Try harder!
Let the marksman handle this!
Ignite!
We go!
Stay away from my friend!
Water, hear my call! Spread! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Try this!
Here's a healing art!
Explosive ring!
First aid!
Thanks! I'm not done! Here I come! Try this!
Take it! Take this!
Annihilation! Light action!
Resonate with the earth!
Try this!
On your knees!
There! Not on my watch! Help this! Mega ray!
Here I come!
More where that came from!
Dragon Swarm!
No! Raging cat!
Can't end here!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Hey, that... More where that came from! Water! Hear my call! Raging cascade! Here's the evil! We're ready! This one's mine! Searing flame! Reload! More with annihilation!
On your knees!
In here! More for the stop! Here I go!
Resonate with the earth!
More where that came from! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Resonate with the earth!
Natural energy! Lightning now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Is everyone all right?
Yeah. But Almadria got away. Rinwell, are you...
What the hell happened here?
Bayfon, is that you? Thank goodness you're okay.
I've been outside the city this whole time, but I sensed a disturbance in the wind and decided to turn back. What happened here? Where is everybody?
All Madria's handiwork. She allowed herself to be captured so she could rile up the Dahnans into a frenzy and rob them of their astral energy. She wiped out almost everyone in the plaza, including Deadheim.
Deadheim's dead. Everyone. And the Darkwings. Almost all of our companions in the Resistance. How could this happen?
Regardless of what she had to gain, what kind of person would do something like that?
If she managed to find kinship in Kelzelik, then I'd say the very worst kind. It's clear now that she used Menancia as a testing ground for the fruits of Helgen, before using them here.
So everything that led up to this moment was all a part of her plan.
Once she knew they'd eaten enough tainted food, she just needed to get herself caught.
We have to go after her. Balseph and Ganabelt were horrible, but Almadria makes them look like saints. I doubt she's really gone back into hiding. We have to put an end to this, once and for all.
Yeah, what she's done can't be forgiven.
I don't know what to do. I saw what hatred did to those people, but hating her is the only thing that's kept me going. I can't just stop hating her. What am I supposed to do? Tell me. Smile at her from across the battlefield? Apologize while we fight her? I don't know if I can do that.
Rinwell.
Nobody can understand what you've been through. We can't even begin to imagine the pain you've experienced. But if hate is what has kept you going ever since that day, then let it be your strength. However, think about this. When you've had your revenge, when we've beaten Almadria, then what will you do?
Huh?
I'm saying you're going to have to find a way to survive once that hatred is gone. When it is, what do you plan on doing then?
I don't know. I've never thought about it before.
Almadria's death doesn't have to be your end too. You need a reason to live, Rinwell, not an excuse to die. Understand?
She's right. We could never truly know the pain that Almadria has caused you. But I think you should listen to Shionne. Give yourself time to consider things. And if it's too much right now, it's okay for you to sit this one out.
No. My head might be a mess right now, but I'm not letting you fight Almadria without me. I need to be there. Please. That much I do know. I'm going with you. And on the road, I'll think about it. A reason to live. Without hate.
That said, it'll be no good chasing after her blind with no idea where she went. Bayfon, do you have any ideas where she might have gone?
I can't say for sure, but west of here is an underground harbor along a cliff near the coast. She spent years building a ship there, a floating fortress that she called her castle on the sea. No one quite knew why she wanted the thing, but now...
Of course. She's already effectively destroyed her own capital. It's likely she planned to abandon her realm as well.
Right. That's as good a lead as any. Let's go. What's that woman going to do next?
Nothing good, I'll bet.
We'll stop it this time.
I still can't believe what that Almadria did. Not only that, but she was enjoying it.
It's patently clear she has no respect for human life whatsoever.
We need to take her out. I don't think I've ever felt so enraged at another person in my whole life.
Yeah! There's no way she's getting away with this!
Then we head for the underground docks. We need to hurry. Rinwell, can you keep moving?
Yeah. My family and I, we spent all of our days just living in hiding. Until one day when we were found and attacked. I was the only one my dad and the others hid. That's the reason I survived. While the rest of my family was butchered. The only thing that I could see was the crest of a lord glowing through the smoke. And then...
It was Almadria who did it. I'm sorry, Rinwell.
That woman. Did she really find the existence of Dahnan mages to be that much of a threat?
Enough to invade another lord's territory? No, I doubt that. Most likely, she was after their knowledge and techniques. She only did it so she could become stronger. That's the kind of woman she is.
In retrospect, I do remember her making it sound like she created that monster she summoned.
A monster. I wonder, do you all think of me as a monster? Because I'm able to use magic even though I'm Dahnan?
Rinwell.
Of course we don't think you're a monster, you dummy.
Huh?
I might have had to hold you back, but it's her fault any of this ever happened, not yours. Got it?
Law.
We've reached our destination.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
As I recall, there's a recipe we've yet to try.
Yeah, this is the last ingredient we need.
Then let's go ahead and prepare it.
You're still not done fishing yet? Boring.
You need patience to fish. I've got something. I reeled us in a big one.
That fish put up a fight. Good catch.
I've got something. I reeled us in a big one.
That fish put up a fight. Good catch.
Everything looks fine with the lure. All right, let's do this. Yeah. Reel it in. I'll let you go this time. I've got something. Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
Not too shabby, friend.
All right.
She's got a good size to her, all told.
I can't believe you caught that with a rod. Amazing.
I've got something. Looks like I hooked a pretty rare fish.
So what's it to be? Grilled or broiled?
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
A dead end?
No, there's an elevator. Looks operational.
I can't believe there's actually an underground harbor here. There are even boats docked.
I only see Dahnans. Think they were forced to work here?
Probably. Let's see what they have to share about Almadria. You didn't happen to see a lord come by, did you?
Sorry, friend, but she just left. Came by with a whole posse of underlings, boarded her ship, and took off at first wind. We damn near got blown away. She was that much in a hurry.
Damn! So we missed her!
You guys trying to go after her? Need a ride?
Are you saying you know how to steer a ship?
Spent most of my life chained to the deck of some ship or other. Yeah, I know my jib from my boom.
We don't know how dangerous it'll be. Better you give us the boat and stay on solid ground.
Whoa there! You been out on the water before? The sea ain't nobody's friend, you know. You need a sea dog like me, or you'll sink her before she makes it out the harbor.
We're losing time. Sir, we're in your debt.
Now that's more like it. Name's Mahavar. Just give me a holler when you're all set and we'll set sail.
We should be able to cook here. You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
We've reached our destination.
This is like a dream come true. Never gotten to captain a ship before. Never would have thought I'd get a chance like this. Thank you, y'all.
The pleasure's all ours. Think we'll catch up to her?
Of course we will. They got too much weight on them. Meanwhile, this ship's carrying nothing but us salty scalawags. They got a good head start on us, but we can take them.
Do you know if there are any Dahnans on that ship?
Couldn't say for sure. On the one hand, seeing as it's supposed to be something of another castle, I'd reckon they probably wouldn't let a bunch of Dahnans on board. On the other hand, I'd be real surprised if the Renans were able to pilot that thing all by themselves. In any case, it's gonna be a while before we reach her. Till then, you're all free to do whatever. Just don't fall in the ocean.
I know Mahag said we could take it easy, but there's not exactly a lot to do on this boat. I guess I'll check in on everyone and see how they're holding up. Hold that pose long enough and someone might just come along and paint you.
Any artist who'd see fit to paint me needs their eyes tested.
What can you tell me about Almadria?
Not as much as you'd probably wish. I only ended up crossing paths with her a handful of times, after I was chosen to be a lord on Lenegis.
Ah, right. I almost forgot about Lenegis. How much do you think they know about what's been going on down here?
It's safe to assume they know everything, though I know not why they choose to remain uninvolved. Perhaps they see what's been happening as just part of the ongoing crown contest.
Even what Almadria did? Has it really reached the point where her actions are seen as normal?
Not to my knowledge, no. At its core, the crown contest is a competition to see who can amass the most astral energy. And to amass such energy, slaves are needed to collect it from. It's therefore against the Lord's interest to kill them.
So then why would Almadria do something like that?
We must remember that time is running out in the crown contest. Perhaps her hand was forced, so to speak. It is a way to accrue astral energy faster and in larger quantities than through slave labor. Doing so kills off that labor force, obviously, but it is a means to an end nonetheless. No one could have foreseen that something like the Hollowing would arise back when the contest was first conceived.
Is becoming the Sovereign of Renan really that important to the Lords?
Of course. It's the greatest prize one can attain in their eyes. In that respect, at least, I'm really not that surprised that Almadria resorted to what she did, as utterly despicable as it is.
It's reassuring to hear you feel the same way I do.
I worry that the only reason I never did anything similar in Menancia was due to my lack of ambition.
If you didn't want to be reminded of your past, you could have just plugged your ears.
You think too highly of me. I'm afraid I must respectfully disagree. I'm not nearly as virtuous of a person as you might wish to believe.
If that's so, would you have been so shaken up when Kisara lost her brother? Why else would you turn your back on your own kind and choose to fight for Miguel's dream? Aren't we just Dahnans?
A curious choice of words. Did what you see in Mahag Saar hit you that hard?
What Deadheim did to that city, he didn't liberate anyone. Anyone who refused to follow him was an enemy in his eyes. 300 years of Renan rule taught him nothing.
What I have come to understand is that the conflict extends beyond Dahnan versus Renan. There is an internal quarrel as well. I mean to bring about a true, lasting coexistence in Menancia. But there are more walls we must topple first.
And you don't think you can pull it off?
Well, you seem to think you can, at least.
Does that make us enemies?
Insofar as an exchange of swordplay, no, it doesn't.
Not good enough for you?
Are you really... Forgive me. I will continue to fight by your side a while longer. That much I have decided.
took a look around inside the ship just in case, but I didn't find anything that looked like it might be suspicious.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You know, it wasn't until I left Calaglia that I finally realized just how big the world is.
When we tore down the wall in Calaglia, and I could finally see the horizon in the far-off distance, I had the exact same thought.
Yeah, somehow the sea is different though. I'm not sure just how to put it. It's almost as if it just goes on forever. I bet my old man would have been blown away by this view.
Yeah.
Ever since he died, I've been thinking about what it was that he was really trying to say to me at the end. I keep going over his words again and again. And heck, maybe I'm just overthinking it all. But still, sometimes I wonder if it could have turned out differently. If there was something I could have done. But no matter how much I play it back, I'm still no closer to finding any answers. And then there's everything with Rinwell. I stopped her from killing Almadria, but was that really the right thing to do? Or did I just end up making things harder for her? I feel like such a screw-up.
You're not the only one. I keep asking myself what Zephyr would have done had he been here. Like I think, how would Zephyr have handled Rinwell?
Yeah, I think he definitely would have stopped her. No doubt about it.
And that's exactly what you did, Law. I think he'd be really proud of you.
Alphen.
Zephyr's not the worst yardstick to measure ourselves against. Let's both do our best to make him proud.
Sounds like a deal. Thanks, Alphen.
You don't look so good. You all right?
The floor. It keeps moving. How can you stand it? How can you even stand?
I'm not the best person to ask about discomfort. I can't feel pain, remember?
I still can't believe what happened in Niez. Even now. As a lord, my expectations for Almadria were already pretty low. But the way she treated human lives like they're mere playthings.
Yeah. And it wasn't as if the situation in Niez was improving much to begin with.
You mean Deadheim?
The whole reason I started fighting back was because of my anger at the atrocities of Renan rule. Back then, all I had to worry about was fighting the Renans for the sake of the Dahnans. But then I met Shionne and the people of Menancia, and things became a lot more complicated. It's even messier now that we have to worry about Dahnans like Deadheim.
It used to be that the Dahnans were the ones in the right, and the Renans were the ones in the wrong. Though, maybe that was just a biased perspective, from being on the side of the oppressed.
Exactly. I'll never tolerate the Renans ruling over us. But nothing ever ends up being as black and white as you'd expect it to be either. That's clear to me now.
That said, even putting aside bad apples like Deadheim for a moment, you may be able to free the Dahnan people, but that won't undo 300 years of oppression. It'll be hard for them to not give in to their resentment. I think maybe that's why I clung to our dream so hard back in Menancia.
Even if his motivations weren't pure, Dohalim has a good heart. He didn't sink to the depths Almadria did.
You don't understand. I'm saying that it goes deeper than that. This hierarchy we live in, it's not solely something the Renans invented. I remember a story Rinwell once told me. She said before the Renans invaded, we Dahnans had our own class system. We are the ones who divided ourselves. I saw it in Deadheim's eyes. He wanted to rule over others.
To hear Bayfon tell it, Deadheim wasn't always that way.
But as time went on, and he and the Darkwings fought the Renans, he eventually changed. I guess what I'm getting at is, if we defeat the Renans but just go back to the way things were before, was there even any point in fighting?
But that world isn't the one you want to create, right?
Maybe not. But to tell you the truth, these days I'm not so sure that dream is even possible.
You have your promise to Megal, though. Your home and the people of Menancia are depending on you.
I know. My brother. He truly believed in his dream of coexistence. And I suppose, even now, many people still do. And then, there's you.
Who, me?
You and Shionne.
I'm not sure I follow.
Okay, then let me spell it out for you. How many other Renans and Dahnans do you know that get on as spectacularly as the two of you?
I don't know that I'd say spectacularly.
Well, I suppose it's really all a matter of how you look at it, isn't it?
I really don't see what you're getting.
I think I'm getting seasick again. Sorry. Can you just give me a wide berth for a few minutes?
Do you think Law is okay?
If you're worried, why don't you ask him yourself?
Yeah. I think maybe I should apologize to him too. I should apologize to all of you, really.
Us too?
Well, I was kinda lying to you all this whole time. I was blind to everything except my own revenge. I never even considered the struggles all of you might be facing.
We all have things we'd prefer to keep to ourselves, Rinwell. So what if you had something to hide? It doesn't undo the good that you've done, or the people that you've helped save along the way.
But that's not what I mean.
I know. You're talking about Almadria, right?
Yeah. I hate her, Alphen. I can't stop hating her. Even just thinking about her makes my head feel like it's going to explode. But it's not just her. I think about the way Law looked at me. I hated the Lord who killed my parents. And I hated the Renans I had to travel alongside. And yet, Cyslodia's Dahnans backstab each other like it's a normal way of life. And Mahag Saar has people like Deadeye. But then there are people like Law and Shionne. It's all just too much. I don't know what to think anymore.
Law never said that you had to forgive Almadria. It's only natural you would hate your family's murderer. But
what?
Law left home because of how much he hated his father. As a result of that, well, I think Law spent a lot of time thinking about how they never got to make things right. And if I had to guess, killing Ganabelt didn't make any of those feelings go away. Law let revenge fuel him, and I think now he's afraid you'll do something you'll regret.
Afraid?
Whatever happens to Almadria when this is all over is up to you. I'll respect whatever choice you make. Just think it over carefully for me, okay? You still have time.
Okay. Thanks, Alphen. Say, back then, after the fight, I think I really made Shionne mad. I don't know, though. Maybe it just looked that way. But I guess I just can't seem to understand how she feels. Do you know why she gets like that?
Shionne's... She can be a tough nut to crack. She doesn't really talk a whole lot about herself.
It's just what she said about hate being a source of strength. Where did that come from? I wonder how it feels, not being able to hold another person's hand.
Lean much further, you'll go overboard. Keeping an eye out for Almadria's ship?
I'm looking at the ocean.
The ocean?
Yeah. The waves. They help me think. This world is filled with natural wonders. The icy air and white peaks of Cyslodia. The lush green glades of Menancia. The harsh wastes of Calaglia. But Menancia has its Lake of Death, and Nias its ruins. And they wouldn't be there if it weren't for that contest.
Say we actually manage to put a stop to the crown contest for good. What do you think will happen between the Dahnans and the Renans then?
You first.
Well, I want to believe that the coexistence we saw in Menancia can happen elsewhere, too. It's insane for all of us to keep fighting. If Menancia can do it, so can everyone else.
Yeah, I think that would be good too. A world where everyone can get along. At least, that's what I've come to believe.
You sure have changed.
I can't lie to you. Since I was young, I've looked down on the Dahnans too. But I've seen a lot. And I see things differently now. I've seen so many ugly and terrible things in this world. And yet, they didn't come from just the Dahnans. And the good things too. They didn't come from just the Renans. Kindness and cruelty exist on both sides. A person's race doesn't factor into it. So, I guess you're right after all, Alphen. I have changed. You know, I've never actually touched another person like this.
Shionne.
Ever since I was on Lenegis, I've always been alone. Even after I came to Dahnan. Always.
And now?
Do you still not remember your past?
No. Sometimes it feels like I can almost remember. But then this mask stops me.
The mask keeps you from remembering why you have the mask in the first place. It's a little ironic, isn't it?
A little. Well, it won't be long now before you're rid of those thorns, you know? Only 2 lords remain. And once you have their master course, you'll be able to create the Renis Alma, right? Then you can... Shionne?
Sorry, it's nothing. Promise. You're right, though. It'll all be over soon. I never could have made it this far on my own. I have everyone to thank for that. Including... especially you, Alphen.
Don't worry about it. We're friends, after all.
Yeah, we are.
Wonder how much longer it's going to be before we catch up to Almadria. Malak. It's Mahavar.
Look who's up! Good timing. We're closing in on her stern as we speak.
That's the ship? She's huge. Law, go gather the others, will you? Think you'll be able to flank them without getting spotted?
Yeah, with the fog as our ally, I think I might just pull it off. Long as we ain't too noisy, we should be okay.
What'll you do if they catch on to us?
Not much I can do. Ship that size, they'll probably blow us to bits before we ready cannons.
Persistent little things. Evidently, I shouldn't have spared the wretched vermin. Hungry already, my dear? Worry not, for you shall have plenty to feast upon shortly.
Perfect. You managed to get us right up beside them.
I'll stay with the ship so we can leave as soon as you're done.
Good. Then let's find Almadria.
Shionne, I want to thank you.
What brought this on?
What you said helped to calm me.
Don't mention it.
Now that's what I call a ship!
Yeah. The biggest one in all of Mahag Saar. So big that it took years to construct.
For all we know, Calaglia may well have been smuggling materials to help build it. In which case it would be yet another mistake on my part.
We don't know that she was only getting materials from Menancia.
You think it's possible that they might have come from elsewhere too? Yeah, I guess I could see it.
But what do you think Almadria plans to do from here on out, now that she's abandoned her realm and sailed out to sea?
She'll be filling her coffers with gold, most likely. Then she'll sit back and enjoy the show as the other lords duke it out. Or something to that effect, at least.
I wouldn't put it past her.
She's strong, yet shrewd, and will stoop to any low. A dangerous one indeed.
She's not the first, and she won't be the last. This is a lord we're talking about, remember?
Sounds like you've made up your mind already.
There was never anything to decide. No one who can smile like that while doing what she did deserves to roam free.
Yeah, you're right.
This might not be the best time, but if you have a minute. That mask of yours, it was shattered by a blow from Balseph when you fought back in Calaglia, correct?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I thought I was a goner.
Balseph's brute strength was in a league all its own, yet half the mask remains. It's remarkably durable. Too durable to be Dahnan in origin.
Shionne said the same thing. As if the fact I was wearing it meant there had to be more to me than met the eye.
You recalled your name when the mask broke, I hear.
Yeah, that's right. Although to tell you the truth, I'm a little scared what might happen when I lose the remaining half. Then again, the idea of not doing something because I'm afraid scares me even more. That's why I go on fighting.
Only he who first faces the night catches a glimpse of the dawn.
Come again?
It's nothing. Forget I said anything.
Look shot! Negative gate! I'll punch that gun out of your hand!
Another incantation.
Eagle fly! Blow away! Severing wing! Slap! I'm on it! This one's all mine! Talon hurricane! Release! Here I come! Now I'm in the groove! Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah! And here I go! It's over! I'll tear you apart! Not so fast!
Dance in the wind!
Dragon swarm! Elusive deity! Resonate with the earth! It's the last! You're mine! Fire support! Raining slash!
Raging cascade!
Severing wind! Here I come! It's over! Light burst forth!
Radiant genesis!
A comfortable win.
Coming through! Oh my lord!
That makes me the thorn in our side.
I see one, eh? My shield? Take this! Eat this!
Lightning
Blow away! We're not Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant genesis! Here goes!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Elusive deity! You escape! Hitting fire!
One more!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Got it!
Retreat if you know what's good for you! Big flash! Look sharp!
Glacial spear!
Dance on the wing! Your reflexes will not serve you well here. Try this! Eagle fly! Turret! Talon storm! I'm not done! Elusive deity! Begin! Try this!
Lightning condense!
Ring!
Thunderblade!
Heal! Thanks! Talon hurricane! Thrust! Eagle resonate with the earth! I'm not done! I'm your no escape! Talon hurricane! Eagle fly! Talon storm!
Ready!
Lightning orb!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
That went well.
Are you okay? You're not too tired, are you?
Nope, I'm fine. Let's keep moving.
Discourteous, aren't you?
This one's mine!
Begin! Now you see what I can do! I'm going in! I'm on it! Elusive deity! Elusive deity! First strike! There! I'm on it! Talon away!
Everyone hanging in there?
Forgive you! Here's evil!
It's almost too strong. Split it open! Be my guest!
I really owe you an enemy wield archer. Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Radiant
Do
it!
Seems about right to me.
Discourteous, aren't you?
A showdown between blade and fist.
You got that! I'm on it!
Take
that! Raining slash! Win! Here I come!
Negative gate! Resonate with the earth!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Try this!
Eat this!
I'll run you through!
I'll finish you here and now!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Let's refrain from losing.
Give you!
I'll tear you apart!
Water!
I can carve through armor! My deal?
They really don't give up!
Infernal turret!
We're not finished!
Searing flame! Reload! Searing flame! Reload! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Let's refrain from losing.
retreat if you know what's good for you.
The rebel! Elusive deity! Rotating.
Elusive deity! Is it too late to talk over our differences?
In an instant! Impact block!
Resonate with the earth!
You picked the wrong fight! You make a fool of me!
I will know you one.
Inferno turret! Dragon swarm!
Into the shadows!
Explosive ring! Take that!
Heal!
First strike!
I'll smash you! I can't take much more.
Blade of flash!
Now I'm in the groove!
You're mine!
Benediction
You're
light.
mine! Take that! Blow away!
Radiant pierce!
Severing wind! Crush ya! You're finished!
Watch it!
Rise up!
Light.
Eagle fly! Blow away! You're mine! Rondo!
On your knees.
I'll crush you!
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade!
Astral arts are coming along quite nicely.
Coming along? What do you want to do with them?
Oh, you know. Sprout flowers from the tip of my staff, suspended in midair.
So you want to be a street magician then?
Step back! This one's all law!
Never seen anything like it.
It's an authentication key. They're quite common.
Maybe where you're from, but this is new to me.
It might go in an elevator somewhere. We should test it out.
Don't seem like your run-of-the-mill Zugos.
Seriously? Is this a...
Glacial fire! Piercing wind! Here, let me help. These ones can run rings around us. I'm only getting started.
Damn it! Too fast!
Stand back! I'll chop it up!
Hear my call!
You're finished!
Take this!
Here's a
Here I
hero!
come! You're finished!
That green
Try this! Eagle fly!
you apart! Bloody
Radiant flash! Do it! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here, let me help.
Rolling Struck!
Air pressure!
Radiant
Burning
Stalagmite!
Could have been worse.
I remember seeing instruments just like this back in Estaluva Forest.
It looks and smells like some kind of medicine.
Whatever this place was used for, I doubt it was anything of repute.
I'll do my best!
The rebel! I can carve through! Bloody howling!
Tiger blade! What? Here, let me help. Eat this! Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Shionne, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Do it!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
On your
Gravitas field!
Ignite! You won't make a fool of me!
Eat this!
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that.
Hear my call!
You're on! Here I come!
Flame of fury!
Eat this!
Let me help fly. Eat this!
Bloody hell!
Take it! Lightning!
In a bind?
First strike!
Here I come! You're finished!
Evil blade!
Rotating pile driver!
Lightning! Downfall!
Swallow blade!
Annihilation!
Try harder!
Back into the
Swallow
void!
blade! All finished! Here and now!
By the power of water!
Cyclic Russia! Blow away! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I can feel my power growing!
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Wait, I can't heal you forever! It's a duel of the eye! I never fit!
No escape! We got flyers!
I've got it! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! You're finished!
Do it!
In an instant! Impact block! Resonate with the earth! Chance! Stalagmite!
There's always room for improvement.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Radiant Spear! Glacial Spear!
So much for talking it out.
Now you'll learn!
This looks nice and tough.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Be on your guard. Tell me, have you ever considered your purpose in life?
Bring him down!
That's far enough!
Engaging!
Flame of fury! I'm on it! Glacial speed! Grind and win! Talon hurricane!
That makes me the thorn in our side.
Finally, some open space again.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I'd like... to check their wares, if you don't mind. Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I won't forgive you!
Fire up! Engaging!
Don't get carried away! Crumble! Negative gate! The last one out gets eaten alive!
I see one, eh?
Sometimes a retreat is the best strategy.
No shield can stand up to these fists!
For my lord!
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
A barrier. That may indicate Almadria is near.
Then we've got to find a way to get through somehow.
Let's see if we can find something that'll release it.
What is that huge flower-looking thing up there? Is that the ship's engine?
Indubitably. As one might expect, large ships require large engines in order to sail.
And if we destroyed it?
We might well sink the ship. Who knows if we would be able to escape before that happens.
Ugh.
Almadria sure has been busy since the contest began.
This isn't Almadria's doing.
You mean she didn't build this?
The body, yes. However, my guess is that the engine comes from a starship.
A starship? As in one of those vessels used to go to and from Lenegis?
Correct. The technology employed on Lenegis and in starships is more advanced than anything in our daily lives. Almadria may be resourceful, but she could never produce an engine like this on her own.
You mean to tell me we've got even bigger enemies waiting for us up in the sky? Ugh, my head hurts just thinking about it.
Don't worry about that for now. Just focus on taking care of Almadria. What's this thing?
No backing down!
I see one, eh?
You think that shield will save you? Annihilation!
We're not finished!
It's almost too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest!
Glacial spear!
I can carve through armor!
My shield?
Dance on the wind!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shionne.
You've got spirit!
Here's a healing arc!
A showdown between blade and fist!
Water, hear my call!
Everlasting
Here's evil!
Dance on the wind!
You're mine! You're finished!
Bathed in blood.
Too fast!
I'll trip it up.
This is it!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Eagle fly! Do it! You're my ball! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Could have been worse.
No backing down! Armor won't save you!
My shield?
Take down the offensive!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial spear!
My turn!
Here's evil!
Rending you apart!
Rising Falcon!
Easy and snaring to me. Can't get out of this!
To me!
Reload!
I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Looks like we got them all.
You're saying we should check the owl forest?
Coming through!
This one's mine!
I won't show you any mercy!
it away! Got you now!
You picked the wrong target! See ya! Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Let me help. First aid.
An astral...
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
That frickin' does it! That frickin' does it!
Here's a healing.
Where the heck? Swallow blade! Coming through! Ha! Mount! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Eagle
First aid. Glacial spear.
Explosive ring!
Can you take it?
Battle! Severing wind! Lunarongo! Mother escape!
Elusive deity!
Here, let me help. First aid.
No further!
Watch and
Here I come!
If it's in the zone,
Ready and ready! I'm ready! I'll face you!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
On your young champ!
here.
Keep this!
Blow away!
Do it.
In an instant!
Impact Claw!
Green faith and blood.
Not today! Come Dragon Form! Try this! Explosive ring!
First aid.
Thanks. Try this!
Now I'm in the groove!
Mirage! Crumble!
Now you see what I can do!
First strike!
Want this?
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
We won.
Let's see what you've got.
Take this!
Lost in pain. Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Try this!
Benediction light.
Heal! You're mine! This one's all mine!
Here's evil.
Eat this! Take blood! Raising you apart!
Do it.
I'll tear you apart! Still up like mine.
Could have been worse.
Retreat if you know what's good for you. I'll tear you apart! Elusive deity! Rotating fire! Shoot that gun out of your hand! Fire support! Elusive deity! On a roll now! Can you take it? Not so fast! All good things come to an end. I'll blind you in the dark!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Small, but a victory nonetheless. We have a long way yet to go.
Got your name on them!
Here, let me help.
There you are!
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! On your Dragon Swarm!
Now I'm in trouble! Here we go again!
I owe you!
The enemy wields arms too!
You'll soon see about that.
I can carve through armor! Begin! I'll meet you in the blue!
Where are you going?
Elusive deity!
Severing wind! You're finished!
On your side!
It's over!
Annihilation!
Resonate with the earth! We're also being
Try
interrupted.
this! Infernal turret!
Felt fine not too long ago.
The natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from the battle.
Retreat? I would never. I'm out of ammo.
Watch it!
That's what I get for shooting too high.
Bloody holiday! On your
A new lease on life.
ruin! How dare you! I'll smash you! I'm on a roll now!
You're mine! It's over!
Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
In a bind?
Freeze
You're finished!
Ready to go. I'll end this with my own hands. What is in the sky is mine. I never miss.
You're mine!
Watch it! I'll grind you into dust!
Fist
The
off!
tempest engulfs you!
Downfall. Do it.
Deity!
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Hear me. Flame of fury.
Water!
Hear my call. Flaming meteor.
Tiger blade! Look sharp!
Jet flame. Tiger blade. I'm out. What?
Their arms were interrupted!
Radiant
This
spear.
one's mine! Take this! Air pressure! Look sharp! I can carve through armor! Look sharp!
Downfall. Not on my watch. I'm out.
Eat dirt!
Back into the
Air pressure!
flaming meteor.
I'm on it! Going in! Take this!
Radiant pierce.
A charge like that could easily be
Denied!
fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Still
This one's mine! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Balseph! I'm go-
Ready to go.
Take
This
this!
in the
Can't get
sky
out of
is
bed!
mine. No chance. Lightning attack. This one's mine.
Negative
Flaming meteor.
Resonate with the earth!
Tiger blade.
On your knees!
Radiant pierce. Heal force. Dance in the wind. Annihilation.
Bloody holiday! They're taking too many hits!
Walking.
Forgive me.
Lightning condemned.
you!
Freeze lancer.
Bloody...
Here goes. Having your dream. Fury. Blood astral. Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
I'm ready!
In the wind. Astral energy.
Say no more!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
She sure spared no expense on her castle.
This must be...
The captain's quarters. The presence of the spirit vessel and the sheer extravagance on display can leave no doubt.
There's no one here.
Yeah, but I doubt she's out for a moonlight stroll. You think she jumped ship and ran away again?
I doubt it. The conniving witch is probably up to something.
Agreed. In any case, as long as she hasn't suddenly sprouted wings, she has to be somewhere on the ship. Let's keep looking. The way this key's been placed, it's like she's daring us to come find her.
Yeah, I think it's all some damn game to her.
What's wrong, sweetie? Is something scaring you?
Maybe he just doesn't like being in her room.
I think there's more to it than that. What could it be?
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
For my lord!
I won't forgive you.
Bring him down!
Can you take it? Hear my call. Let's cut our losses.
These ones can run rings around us.
Finally, some open space again.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
That came out great. Everyone's gonna be real surprised.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Retreat! You know what's good for you. Engaging!
Leave the chargers for me.
ship's cargo? What a pain. I can't see anything past all this stuff.
Be on your guard. For all we know, there could be something hiding around here. What's this thing?
Get lost!
Is it too late to talk over our differences?
It's almost too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest. Swallow blade.
You'll soon see about it. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. Now, here I come.
I'm ready!
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Don't get complacent.
A breeze. Get in, get out.
You got that.
Eat this. They really don't give up.
Release. Take
it. Armor won't save you.
My shield. In an instant!
Impact block.
My turn! I'm on! I'm not done! Win!
Eat this.
On the win!
On your
Do it!
Burn it out!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Where are you going?
Elusive deity.
Go for the weak point!
Negative gate.
Resonate with the earth.
Come on, this armor won't save you.
You're finished!
Bloody eat this! Blow away! Watch this!
Blow away!
Heal! Rip and tear!
Now, call it freely!
Take it down!
Try this!
Apart! Elusive deity!
Blow away!
Hitting pile driver! Now I'm in the groove! Glimmer fragment! Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Here I come!
Negative Zephyr!
Here I come!
Bringing you upon! Bloody take this!
Storm! No escape!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Slash! Try this!
Eagle fly!
Raining slash! You picked the wrong fight! I owe you one! I'm not done!
Glacial
Zephyr
spear!
win!
Pierce evil!
Resonate with the earth.
I'm on select!
Take
On your knees! Rip and tear!
Zephyr win!
First try! Tear!
By the power of
Be still!
Eagle fly!
Hurricane
Do it!
thrust!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Everyone's still in one piece? Did that get rid of the barrier?
We'll just have to go back and check.
If Almadria's not in her own room, just where the hell is she?
It's possible she may be on the bridge, but I would guess that she's waiting for us elsewhere on the ship.
Which means she's most likely chosen a place where she'll have the advantage in a fight.
Be careful, guys. I came from an entire family of Dahnan mages, and that woman murdered all of them. All on her own. I hate to say it, but she's an incredibly powerful astral artist.
We already know she specializes in controlling wind astral energy. But on top of that, she might try to sick that monster on us again, too.
Right. To that woman, life itself is just a toy for her to play with. Let's make sure we put an end to it. Only one last place to look. Straight ahead.
Almadria.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Don't get complacent. Finally, some open space again.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
you guys checked your equipment lately?
Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Engaging! Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Freeze Blaster! I'm the true gunslinger around here! With fire support!
You're finished!
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and the pummeling to me!
Infernal Torrent! Here I come! You're finished! Blow away!
I'm just getting started! Rotating pile driver! Tornado drive! Eat this!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shionne.
Gone!
Take it! Lord Ganabelt!
I'm on tempo! Elusive deity! No shield can stand up to these fists!
Its armor's too strong!
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Hear me! Scream of fury!
Lightning Slash! Take this!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Don't get complacent.
There she is! Almadria!
But all alone? Watch yourselves. She's probably planning something.
I was getting rather tired of waiting around. Oh my, and I see you came along as well, Dahnan Witch.
Almadria.
What's this? I thought you couldn't stand the sight of me. Go on, little one. Show me the full force of that hatred of yours. Otherwise, run and hide like a rat you are.
That's enough! How can you smile while causing pain to so many others?
That is the way of those who possess great power. The very way we Renans live by. Those with power set the example, and those without it are forced to obey. Though you two seem to have forgotten that's the way these things work.
And you really think that justifies your actions? You turned all those people into a hollowed sea!
What foolishness. It's only natural that the fate of a slave differ from that of its owner. Very well, I admit I did fan the flames just a tad back in Mieres. But it wouldn't have mattered in the slightest if there hadn't been a spark to ignite. Without it, my actions would have been fruitless. Ultimately, it was their very own burning hatred that laid them to waste. To say it was all my fault is simply laying blame at the wrong feet.
No one's perfect. We all have darkness in our hearts. But the atrocities that you've committed, they're unthinkable! Your heart is nothing but darkness!
What a fool! To think time and time again you would challenge Renan authority without so much as an inkling of how things actually work. Such ignorance is why your kind has been enslaved for 300 years.
Almatria.
Well, if it isn't Lord Dohalim.
These people are my allies and friends. I won't let you insult them so.
My, what a shock. I never would have expected you to claim mere slaves as your companions. If I didn't know any better, I would question your noble lineage. Oh, how far the mighty have fallen. A traitor such as yourself hardly deserves to be called a lord.
You are nothing compared to Dohalim.
Rinwell.
He would never stand by and laugh. His people hollowed!
Ha! What does it matter? You're descended from those who allowed the power and knowledge entrusted to them to wither away. Your pitiful family may have feared it, but I do not. That knowledge and power is all mine to command. And now, you will witness what that power's truly capable of! Mesmold! Enjoy your meal! Such sad eyes, child. Let me reunite you with your parents.
Shut up! I'm gonna... You doubted it's the very last thing I'd do!
That's right. Load me. Every step brings you closer to being me!
You're wrong! You're wrong! I'm nothing like you!
Try this! Negative game!
Rending you a bloody
Know your place!
Burn in hell!
I'm on it!
Fool!
That's much
Right!
Gale Force!
Eat this!
No further!
Glimmer flag! Resonate with the earth!
Lightning Raging Cascade!
On,
Here! Magic is there! Freeze Lancer! Photon Blast!
Eat this! I'll end you!
Lightning is there!
Be gone! Eagle Fly! I'll smash you!
Tornado Blast!
Here I come! Hurricane! Eagle! Did you hear it now? Begin! Big Red! You're mine! Deity! Hitting Pile Driver! Now, in the group!
From beyond the earth, throbs in pain.
Resuscitation! Eat this!
Benediction light. Benediction light. No further!
Talon Hurricane!
Lightning
Eagle
Force!
Fly! Talon! Lost my focus! Anything in armor, freaking does it!
I owe you one.
Right.
Thunder Field! Raging Cascade!
Fool!
More for the stockpile!
The time of the blood! Rending you apart!
Piercing Orb!
It's over!
Sweet now! More for the stockpile!
Eat this!
Ignite!
What dare you! Come on, roll now! Jump away from me!
Dance in the wind! In here! I'll be saving this one! See ya! Not on my watch! More of that anger!
Infernal turret!
I'm on it!
Thanks.
I'm on it! Lightning
Try
Orb!
harder!
Anything in order is all mine! Now I'm in the way!
Lunar Rondo!
Chinese Supernova!
I can carve through armor!
More where that came from!
No further! Lots of that!
Take this!
Chinese Supernova! Go one flat!
Eagle Fly!
You're mine!
Crush them! Here goes!
What's she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power.
Get ready!
Walk like
Lightning Command! Thunder Blade! Lightning Orb!
Talon Hurricane!
Lightning Command! Thunder Blade!
Explosive ring!
Not in your dreams!
I'll finish you here and now!
Raging Cascade!
Wind! I'm on it! Now you see what I can do! Hitting pile
You're mine! You're finished!
Soaring
Blow away!
Now we're never
Lightning Orb!
no further!
It's on! Lightning block!
Elusive deity!
Benediction.
Here goes!
Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Rending you apart!
Raging Cascade! Sweet now! I'll be saving this one!
Armor won't save! Come on,
Here! More for the stockpile! Not in your dreams!
It's time!
Let's escalate! This one's mine! More of that liquid! Help it! Here goes! Go down the hill! Light escalator! Lightning command! Thunder blade!
Never mind! Rolling back! Now I'm into it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Healing
Here I
arm!
come.
I'll tear you apart!
Raging cascade!
Ignite!
Annihilation! Here!
They're attacking separately.
Can't land a hit on her!
Keep an eye on her, and take out the monster first.
She's no stranger to astral arts.
I can take care of that!
Yeah! Take it away! I can carve through armor!
Raging cascade!
You will
Over the caster! Flame of Thunder Field! Dance in the wind! Sweet down!
Looks bad.
Wits about you, people.
I never miss! Thunder Blade!
Eagle, what's this? Talon Sword!
The winds of judgment blow your way! Fall for impending calamity! Chaotic disaster!
So that's the trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arms are so special. And now, they're mine! Pathetic.
You'll pay for that.
No further!
Listen to it!
Blazing cascade!
Imbue this vanquished soul with lust and dedication!
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
Hurricane! This!
Glimmer Dragon!
Is this it? I couldn't make it in time.
I owe you.
A new lease on life.
Listen to it!
Down!
I owe you.
You're on!
Take this!
Just try and run. I'll bring you back from death to death.
Come now!
I owe you. Swallow blade!
I bring you to chaos in me. I'll bring you back from death to death. Raging cascade!
There are springs erupting!
Where are you going?
Severing wind!
Here,
Blow
let me
away!
help. Here goes! Shining supernova! Dance in the wind!
You're mine! It's over!
Far enough!
Here, let me help. Going in.
Stay away from my friend!
Are we in over our heads?
Come on! It's not over till it's over.
You're right. We've made it this far.
By the power of water!
Not like this.
Searing flame!
Ride for me.
I'll bring you back from death to death.
I can carve through armor.
Sleep now.
Severing wind! Take this! You're mine!
You will suffer.
I never miss.
Her master core.
Not while I'm around, she isn't. Wind astral energy!
Eat
Like
this!
Igneous, good talk.
Rinwell!
I'll never forgive you.
What?
I'll take you down. You don't scare me. Lightning block.
Go for it, Rinwell!
Hit her now.
Infernal turret!
Dance here.
You're mine!
Out of here.
It's over!
I'll be stinging this one.
I'll smash you!
On guard!
Look sharp!
Going in!
You will stop us!
Mega Ray! Raging Not in your dreams! Steel Force! Mega Ray! Lightning! Steel Force! Lightning Arc Shield! Not in your dreams! And again!
The winds of judgment blow your way! Fall before impending calamity! Chaotic disaster!
This one's mine!
Anything in armor is all mine!
I can't do it! I'll end you! Astral energy!
Say no more!
You murdered my mother and father. But I'm not like you.
Rinwell.
Even now, I hate you. But here I am, unable to let go. Honestly, even if I took my hatred out on you here and now, it wouldn't make me feel any better in the long run. I realize that now. So, I won't kill you. I'll take you in and make damn sure justice is served the right way.
You would dare mock me with your foolish, useless pity? A Dahnan, nothing more than a mere slave. I won't allow you to...
It's not about what you think. Or being Dahnan or Renan. Because you'll atone for the crimes you committed. And that's all.
It's that swordsman again.
Lord Volron, what brings you here? No, forgive me. I've forgotten myself. Please allow me to make it up to you, my lord.
Silence now, wretched snake. Does it hurt? It should. That pain is proof you're still alive. Enjoy it.
Volron. Years ago, the Lord of Ganabelt met a sudden death. His successor was a man by that very name, Volron.
And like a restless lover, I've come back for more.
Stop right there!
Think you can cut me down? What?
Say something! Let go of me! Let me go!
Shionne!
Alphen!
Shionne!
Alphen!
Come and find me, if you truly are the Sovereign. After all this time, I'll be free from this hell. I can finally go home. I doubt I'll ever see this place again. Might as well walk the block once more for old time's sake. As usual, nobody wants to explain anything to me. They just threaten and harass me instead. What does everyone think I am? Some sort of talking pet? They're the ones that dragged me all the way up here in the first place. Bastards. I shouldn't have bothered coming out. Might as well head back to my room. I just wanted to go back. To Dahnan. To my home.
Alphen.
Iori.
Alphen. Live for me.
No. Iori. No!
Wait, please. Wait, What was that? That... How long ago was that? That's right. Shionne. Oh, right. That's what pain felt like. So much for it all being a bad dream. Where am I? Where is everyone? I need to find them. Better start looking.